Hello everybody, welcome back. We are back from our temporary death. mostly back. It was a fun time. That's my hobby. Let's do some Magellos. Magellington. With a cup of tea. Hello, Patrick. We are doing Mugello with the F4 car. So we might do some Brands Hatch, but we'll see how we feel. Yeah, I went to sleep. I had a sleep. Orange poisoning. Don't even know what that was. Yeah, that was super weird. I don't know what's in those oranges, but yeah, I've never been poisoned by an orange before. I didn't throw up though. I was close. I don't know what that was about. Oh. Probably. Super weird. Still feel a bit weird, but we had a 3 hour sleep and I think that helped. Hello, Catnip. We'll see how we feel though. Those hills look nice. It's like I'm playing Microsoft Flight Sim. I've not I've never played this on iRacing. I've only really ever driven this track on AC. It's a really good track. It's midnight, I think. Nightclub. Hello, guys. Cooking. Well, I've got to stay awake now. I had 3 hours sleep, yeah. I still feel super weird. I don't know what was in that orange, but felt like I was drugged. I don't know what it was. It didn't feel like food poisoning. Maybe it gone off, and maybe it's just some like weirdo bacteria, but yeah, super strange feeling. Super weird. But at least I don't feel sick now. I had a really weird dream where I was swimming underwater, holding my breath. It was quite nice actually. Scurvy reversal. I assume it was the orange. It could have been the banana, I guess, rather than the orange. The last time I had a banana made me feel a bit weird. I don't know. Who knows what it... I assume it was the orange because I had 2 oranges and I hadn't eaten anything else.
Car 3, just set the fastest lap. 52.138.
Probably the banana. Yeah, no, it's just really weird though. Really weird. Brake bar's not changing. 55 is what you want, I think. Fruit poisoning. Did they eat the peel? Hello, Lentillian. How's it going, man? No, I didn't eat the peel. Orange peel's edible. Yeah, fruit poisoning. Be careful. Is this a real title? E-money. Hello, yeah. Magello's amazing. Look at these hills in the distance. Where is this based? I know it's Italy, but like where in Italy is it? Is it in northern Italy? Like how far from Monza is this?
You got a slow car on the left.
I'm alright then, Tillian, yeah. As I said, we were streaming earlier, then we got food poisoning or something.
Right side, clear.
And now we're back. Look at those hills. Is this in Sicily? Oh, it's in the south. Oh, it's the south of what? I don't know where Florence is. That's a word. You just said a word. Oh, it's in the middle. So near Rome's more in the middle. Oh, it's in Yorkshire, yeah. Yeah, we have lots of hills like this in Yorkshire. Between Rome and Milan. Tuscany's supposed to be nice. Right next to, but it's actually in. Yeah, Barnsley, near Barnsley train station. Maybe it's in Dudley. Yeah. Italians wouldn't know what a Yorkshire pudding is. Hello, Luna BP. Yes, it's sort of a motorbike track. Depends on the car you're driving though. It's really good in like GT1 cars. Radical's good here.
You just hit the fastest lap.
Yeah, you want a bit of downforce to be able to send it through the winding corners. turns out it's weird that motorbike tracks tend to be really good for cars as well. It's really strange, like Donington, like the really popular motorbike tracks. Spa, Donington, Mugello, Portimao. The flowing tracks, they tend to be good with cars as well. They just have a nice. They're just nice to drive, I think. you could just go along with things, can't you? Just sort of flow around it. It's like water down a hill.
Car stops on the right.
This is Zolder.
Go left.
Why did he have like stones all under him? I just drove into him on purpose because I thought it'd look funny. Wait, yeah, why did he have... Let's see if it's in the replay. He had like stones all under his car. I guess it's supposedly he supposedly dragged the stones onto the track. Car looks weird without a rear wing. Looks really stubby. Hello, Indy's forerunning. We're having some Oatie's biscuits here. I just had 2 jacket potatoes because we hadn't eaten anything all day apart from our poisoned orange. So I just had 2 jacket potatoes and a veggie burger. My fridge freezer's still broken, so I'm going to try defrosting it again. I might just buy a new fridge freezer, to be honest. I feel like I have to get the. I have to try and recoup the fridge freezer. The Oatie's. As I say, I got it off my ex-girlfriend, so I feel like I've got to maintain it. Oh. I remember that fridge for like 10, 15 years. You notice with fridge freezers, there's like a really weird price difference, but they're actually not that different in fridge freezers. Like, you can spend £1,000 on a fridge freezer, and it's basically exactly the same as a £400 fridge freezer. Yeah, we'll have a review video of this Moser wheel soon. I'm currently rebuilding a recording area in another part of this house. Oh, thank you.
Subtle front ends only.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's too much rubbish on. Yeah, that's it. It's all like rubbish that's been added to them, isn't it? Nice to see you survived your glider crash. Yeah, we never finished that because Flight Sim, you have to be on the bloody internet for it to work. So we did a 2-hour flight, which was a really good flight, and then the internet went down, and that was it. Oh no flying. I don't think the force feedback file that you can edit with LMU does much, to be honest. From what I remember, I'm pretty familiar with rFactor 2 stuff. Late night food binge for you? You've got the flu. Wow. Apparently there's like loads of new COVID going around, so I'm looking forward to Sim Racing Expo. That'll be good. Did that reset my brake bias? No. So 58 seems about right. I'm definitely going to wear a face mask in the airport. No, we had food poisoning from eating an orange earlier, so we went to bed at like 7 and I just woke up again. I had like a 3.5 hour sleep and then just woke up. God knows how you get food poisoning from an orange, but I can't even explain it. Maybe it wasn't even like a bacteria or something. Maybe it had something that had built up on it. Because it was more like we were drugged rather than... You know, if you get food poisoning from bacteria, you're sick for like 6 or 7 hours. Or you throw up quite quickly. Maybe it had some like chemical on it or something. Weddings are brutal. No, I don't think it works as a standalone room at the moment. You might be able to. You might be able to. I don't know. You'd have to Google. I think it was a Tesco's orange, actually. I told you the Eggs Benedict you need to watch out for. It's always Eggs Benedict. Yeah, this is a bit of a bobsled, isn't it? I feel a bit better, yeah. Oh, well, it wouldn't have been the English breakfast. Like, so the reason people get sick from Eggs Benedict a lot is because of the sauce. And the way it's cooked. It's hard to get sick from an English breakfast. It's all cooked to death. I think that fry-up's a pretty safe option, to be honest. Assuming the meat's not spoiled. And often most of the stuff in an English breakfast is frozen, so it's pretty good. I'm traumatised by Eggs Benedict. I was in meeting up with the friends in Barnes in London. For those of you that are not from the UK, Barnes is like really expensive part of London. Well, not like the most expensive part, but it's an expensive part of London. Like Kensington's where like all the actors and stuff live, and then Barnes is kind of like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's not posh, but it's full of rich people that don't think they're posh, but they are posh. But I had Eggs Benedict there, and it was so expensive, it was absurd. It was like £15 for an egg. Yeah, Barnes is weird. Kensington's just expensive, just rich people. Like, you know, they have random Bugatti Veyrons and stuff. So... But Barnes is people that are like posh, rich people in denial of being posh and rich. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll have a farmer's market and everything is like insanely expensive, but it looks a bit rubbish. There's lots of Tarquins in Barnes. There'll be kids in woolly jumpers and scarves, you know. Quite nice streets around there though. Like you kind of get the London thing with it being more like an English town. Yeah, exactly, like the charity shop, but it's like, yeah, that kind of thing. It's weird actually. Whereas Kensington's a bit like, you know, near Kew Gardens, where you'll have like a house. It looks like a sort of standard Edwardian London house. And then in the driveway there'll be like the kids two minis. There'll be definitely like a modern BMW Mini. That's for the kids' car, like a £30,000, £40,000 Mini. And then they'll have maybe like a BMW Z4, and then a Porsche. Normally a Porsche of some kind. And normally a people carrier of some kind as well. That's your average. Like just in the front of the house. 2 minis, a Porsche, maybe some kind of Z4 BMW, or like a Roadster or something, and then a Range Rover or like a people carrier, like 4 or 5 cars. It's really funny. It's Kensington's like that, and then all around Kew Gardens. I don't know what that area is called. I guess it's called, is it Kew Gardens? Do you know what I mean? Near the train station, near the underground station for Kew. It's all that type of... What am I doing streaming at this hour? We slept, we got food poisoning from an orange, and then I had a sleep and I woke up and I was like, well, I've got to stay. I might as well do something. My brain's still, I feel like I've been clubbed, but at least I don't feel sick, so that's good. Maybe someone put like acid on my orange. Maybe it had like a fungus in it or something, like a weird fungus. That would make sense. Yeah, no, I don't know. It was bloody weird though. It felt proper ill. Weird ill though, like I've been poisoned or drugged ill. Not like oh, I need to, not throwing up ill, but like I've been drugged. So maybe it was a fungus or something on it. I don't know. It's really weird. But I had to sleep and I feel a lot better. So super weird. Citrus phobe? No. I eat loads of fruit. I do. An ex-girlfriend of mine, she was allergic to grapefruit. She didn't know. She wasn't allergic to all grapefruit. It was really funny because we were having grapefruit once, and then her face started going all red, and her lips were like. It's like, oh, that's pretty funny. I think it's quite common. Red grapefruit, I think. I think a lot of people are actually sensitive to it. Can't afford to simulate hands on the wheel, I know. You have to buy the hands DLC. We should make a video for iRacing called Ways iRacing Could Make More Money. Oh dear. Give him some ideas. Yeah, normally bacteria though normally makes you like. Yeah, I don't know. I think those oranges had been on my side for quite a while, but it's quite cold now, so who knows? Who knows what happened? I'm not dead, so we're good. Yeah, this track cost me $15. How is this going to work with tariffs, right? I guess it's an American product, but it's quite funny, isn't it? Like, if you had loads of tariffs on this, you'd be like, well... Track cut. You can run quite wide there. Hello, George. It's funny how sliding
What's wrong?
this F4 car is. How's the handling? Ah, it's just iRacing, isn't it? iRacing's really good for making money out of gullible people. So, that's why I play it. I'm a gullible person. Pretty grandstands for this track. It's crazy. Because this is like one of the Ferrari's main test tracks as well. It used to be. I know they have a private Formula test track, but... I think the car just wants to be flopped through these. Maybe we do a bit more rear brake bias. 55 doesn't seem like enough. Well, you know how it is with iRacing. People just play it all the time. It's the only game they play, so for them it's not too much. But if you're someone that plays lots of simulators, it ends up being a very expensive sim. You know, if you're someone that plays, so like me, I play. It doesn't really matter because it's my job. But like, if you play LMU, AC, Race Room, if you play everything, then when one sim is particularly expensive, it's harder to stomach. And then this year you've got Project Motor Racing coming out, Range Sport, and then people are buying Evo and stuff, but I think Evo's going to take another year to develop. iRacing is basically about £300 a year, is how much it costs. When you sort of look at what content you'd likely buy.
Dude, what do you do?
You have people that go, oh, it's not that much, you don't need all this stuff. It's like, well, actually, everyone I know that plays it a reasonable amount, not like hardcore, but plays it, someone that plays iRacing as much as you'd expect someone to play iRacing, they tend to spend about £300 a year on it until they've got most of the content, and then they probably spend about 50, 60 a year. Yeah, hardly anybody just drives the MX-5s, do they? That's the thing. I don't know why people sort of online, you see it on Reddit come up all the time, and people are like, oh, it's not that expensive. It's like, it is. It's like train sim's expensive. Doesn't mean it's bad. Like, it just is what it is. I don't know what, you know. Just people online are a bit weird, aren't they? I was watching videos of Windows 95 computers booting up. Oh my god, so nice. Do you know, like old computers, like with the big case and the hard drive going, and then they're like, just like your big speakers on your table.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
And the fact that they're slow to shit, it's just relaxing. It's nice, just nice. Also, I'm like trying to block so much stuff on my phone now because we're just inundated with bollocks constantly. Like, I'm not like a high anxiety person about a lot of things because I think life's pretty funny, but I'm constantly being presented with stupid stuff that I don't even care about, and it's not even about the thing. It's not about me. It's not about it triggering me. It's just like, it's just dumb stuff. I just don't care. Like, inundate me with like, here's some historical things, or here's a new book that's come out. But it's just like the low level, like, I'm not even on about political stuff, just like everything on the internet at the moment. It's like really dumb. I think the internet's dying, basically. I mean, it has been for a while, but I think it's in its kind of death throes. Like, those of us that are millennials, I think we grew up with the birth of the internet, and we're seeing the death of the internet, basically, like as a sort of the open internet, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like I think it was partially killed by social media and aggregators and Facebook and stuff, but then now like Shorts, TikTok, and just how corporations are capitalising them, politicians and other nations as well, like propaganda and stuff online. Yeah, I think it's just killed the internet basically, and then AI, you won't know what's real or not. I mean, you don't know what's real or not already in terms of what's written, but if like the basic idea of is this a real image is gone, or is this text written by a person, and you can flood the internet with absolute, you know, not just man-made rubbish, it's gone, isn't it? So yeah, I think we're sort of witnessing the final death of the actual internet. But yeah, so the problem I have though is I'm interested. I like history stuff, and you know, so I want to see, you know, when there's actual new science or no, it's almost a new book or an old book or just someone reviewing a history book or something, or an observation about whatever. So a good example of how it's like ruined is, let's say you wanted to look at like ancient civilizations legitimately, you will end up getting spammed by that stupid what's his face, the guy, the idiot that's on Joe Rogan all the time, and it's like, well, it's just dumb. I don't need that. I want actual, you know. It's really weird. Graham Hancock, yeah. You'll get spammed by. It's just as an example. You'll just get spammed by that kind of GCSE, like 12-year-old IQ level content. What would appeal to a 12-year-old, and the reason is because 12-year-olds probably click on the most amount of stuff. So yeah, it's super weird. But I'm constantly on my phone, so I'm blocking all like American politics stuff, because I don't need to know, like, it's not relevant to me. Like, what am I going to do? Like, even if I agree or disagree with something, I'm in the UK. I don't need to know what the governor of whatever's doing or what is currently happening in America particularly, like, but it's constantly sent to me. It's like, I'm not even American. It's just so stupid. It's like, what am I going to do? Like, what am I going to do with the information? Be like, oh, right. Do you know what I mean? God bless America. Like, some of it's interesting, but most of it isn't. Like, so for example, someone could say, oh, this is happening in Romania, and I'd be like, oh, that's quite interesting. It's that kind of level. I'm not going to do anything about it, but it's nice, you know, some stuff's useful to know. To be fair, I guess,
you've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
It is kind of interesting, America turning into a full-on fascist dictatorship and
really
possibly having a civil war. I guess that is quite interesting, but it's irrelevant to me, really. Like, what? I can't. If you can't act on information, so this is kind of like I guess it's like a stoic view on stuff. If you can't act on something, I'm not really a lefty. That's what you say. I'm a lefty. I'm really not. I'm quite pro-capitalism. It's really weird to call me a lefty. I literally make money from playing driving games, and race cars and driving is entirely like a capitalist endeavour. I don't have a vegetable patch. Yeah, no, it's sort of a stoic thing, isn't it? There's no point thinking about stuff that you can't control in the slightest. So if someone was like, well, there's a giant meteor coming towards you and it's, well, you know, the universe is going to disappear. You're going to die of old age. It's good to be aware of. You'd be like, right, yeah, I'm going to die. Great. Keep that in mind. Use that to ground you. But there's nothing you can do about it, so there's no worrying. Your sister's living in the UK. She tells me she hardly any of the US stuff. Oh. I'm seeing a lot of American stuff non-stop. Dalai muscle.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
1 lap of fuel left.
Don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel.
I'm going to pit into the pit wall.
You're an absolute moron, man.
They're showing us the black flag. They caught us speeding on pit road. They're going to hold you for a while.
Why is that the guy
You're going the wrong way. We've got big problems with that engine. I bet you lost a lot of power.
Yeah, well, I'm dead. I didn't lose a lot of power. I'm dead, mate. Bet you lost a lot of power. We're dead. You're new to sim racing, barely know the tracks, and generally very slow. Should I go about iRacing? Just do races. It's a video game. Sim Racing Revolution. Just do races. It's a video game, right? It doesn't matter. Just
there you go.
Try not to crash into people, but just do racing, right? You paid for it. iRacing's AI is quite good, but just do races. Nothing's gonna, like, at the end of the day, racing will make you better, so just do it. Just do races. There you go. Like, you paid for it, so do races. Don't worry about being bad. Yeah, it doesn't matter. iRating and safety rating don't mean anything. If they go down, they go down. They'll go down and then they'll be easier to get up. Why do you care? It's iRacing is literally Tetris or Pac-Man. Thinking of iRacing as real driving when you've already paid the expense is absurd. What was the seat mover motion rig I recommended? Hello, Tayson. Hopefully we'll hopefully be trying out a seatbelt tensioner system at some point soon. So that'll be interesting to try. In terms of seat movers, there's yeah, I'm not sure actually which one. I know Next Level do one, but I've not really used it enough to know. In terms of basic rig actuators, like the Sigma Integrale is really good. Yeah, SR comes and goes. Just do it. Well, so right in with real driving, there's the potential if you crash. You know, that's a whole season over, right? So you'd want to train and you'd want to do certain things. With a racing game, it doesn't matter. That's you know, you respawn because it's not real life. So you just do it, right? There's lots of, that's what you do with loads of sports. You just do it, and then just the thing is, be aware of what you're doing. So if you're not improving, think about why you're not improving, and then try something different, right? So that's the main thing, and then the the advantage of doing the wrong thing is that you've learnt how to do the wrong thing, so you're then aware of the wrong thing, which might not be the wrong thing in all situations. So it's good to know the bad things or the wrong things to know to work out the better right thing. But yeah, just it's a bloody video game. There's so much pretentious rubbish around sim racing. Just ignore it all. People will use the pretentious rubbish around sim racing to exploit you. They'll be like, oh, you need to get driver coaching from this person and you need to buy this and you should buy that. It's all bollocks. It's all marketing, all business. You're not improving because you need more affiliate links for more gear. There's lots of free information out there as well, which you could just watch. It's just interesting, isn't it? How long have I raced before iRacing? I don't know. I started doing sim racing games years ago. But yeah, you should just treat like all information. It's just interesting learning how things may or may not work, and then you're like, you know, someone might do a guide video, and then you could be like, oh, I don't know why would that be the case? Maybe they're not completely correct, or maybe they are correct, or maybe, you know, that'd be interesting to try, see how that works. You know, just have fun with it. I don't really feel at home with iRacing, if I'm on it. It's not very realistic in physics, so I mean, I'm used to it. I guess you could say that's feeling at home, but. Oh, speeding in the pits, black penalty. Oh, gotta get the football out, guys. Got a penalty. Oh, we can sign up to the first race here. You need like 10,000 Newton meters. Otherwise, go home. Not so. You will have, there's specific driver coaches, and often it's people that are looking to make money out of you or make money out of sim racing that will often overemphasize doing things the correct way. This is a really common red flag for noticing when someone's probably trying to sell you shit. You know, you'll get like gym bros or like trainers. They'll be like, oh, yeah, you know, you need to work out like this to get the most muscle, or you need to diet stuff. It's like, well, you need to do the diet this way if you want to be fit and healthy or whatever, or you need to use these skin creams if you want your skin to look good. It's a load of shit. It's like there's normally some very basic things, and if you generally just have fun, you'll be fine. Just pay attention to what you're doing, try stuff out, enjoy it. There you go. You'll notice the more competitive an activity tends to be, the more BS this kind of optimal way to do things is. And what's funny is, right, what you'll notice is with these competitive things, you'll have someone that ends up being really good at that thing, whatever it is. It could be anything, like bodybuilding, sim racing, mountain biking, whatever, race driving, whatever. You'll have someone that ends up being really, really good or just doing really well, like they win an Olympic medal or they win a championship, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, that's the right way to do it. And it's like, well, you didn't say to do it that way until you saw them do it, right? Because nobody really knew that their way of happening to do it for their body type or their time that they had or their diet or whatever they do or their situation, nobody knew that would be the right way. Otherwise everyone would have already have been doing it and they wouldn't have won. So yeah, you have to watch out for this type of stuff. It's a lot of it's just people wanting to make money out of things. Just have fun, pay attention. So all you need to do with anything in life, I think, is just pay attention to stuff and constantly be critical about what you're doing. And ask yourself, could that be better? Could it be worse? And think about how it could be better and how it could be worse. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you might be like, oh, that was slow. Why was that slow? That was fast. Why was that fast? Apply that to everything. Really, though, all that matters was it funny? If it wasn't funny, what was the point? Really? You're just trying to keep on track. Well, you could. What you should do is get this centrifugal track. You know, like it's a circle. You can get it through the original Assetto Corsa. A lot of sims have just a circle. Like iRacing has it as well. Have you got iRacing? If you've got iRacing, you can load it up. But what you should do is load up the centrifugal track, and you just try to drive around in circles and try and keep the car on the line, and then that's probably the best thing that anyone should do when they first start driving. It's what they do. A lot of driver coaches will make you do that in real life. Well, the thing with a rental car, doesn't really drive like a car in many ways, but yeah, sure. I mean, obviously like braking and stuff, but it's expensive. A sim racing game is a good way for learning the fundamentals, to be honest. It's cheaper. Yeah, you can put AI on an easy setting and just follow them around, and then each time put them on an easier setting that you can beat them on, and then try to put like 15 AI on in the race, put them on the easiest setting, and try to set yourself like 5 laps, and then try to pass all 15 AI by the end of 5 laps. And once you can pass at least 10 of them, then keep turning the difficulty up until you can keep passing 10 of them. That's a fun thing to do.
The pace car is out of control.
What you'll find with sim racing that you should be careful of is there's a lot of people that have no idea what they're talking about that will tell you exactly what you should do. There's a lot of very confidently wrong people that are largely just parroting what they've seen in like another driver coach or someone say, rather than they're not really thought about it themselves. And then there's driver coaches themselves that are just copying what other driver coaches have said, and they've not thought about it themselves. There's some really dumb stuff on the internet. Say just like think about things. Don't listen to me though. I treat driving sims as a video game because that's why they are video games. I don't even know what you mean. What do you mean? Should I find my own way? Just consume information and think about it. You just have to think about stuff, that's all. What really though, actually, to enjoy sim racing, you have to pretend that it's real driving, and then be utterly delusional about one video game, and then you need to argue on the forums with anybody that says anything against your one video game that you happen to pick. That's the true way to sim racing enlightenment. That's really what you want to be aiming for. What you... Yeah. It's the ultimate incel. It's the incel place to be. Also, only accept information that goes along with your confirmation bias. So if someone happens to say anything that happens to go against your preconceived notions that are ideally formed from an argument from authority based off something you've probably seen one random person say, then you need to get really offended. Then you'll be very close to being an ultimate sim racer then. And then really what you should do is look out for YouTubers that do some real world driving, and then what you want to do is spam what they say on every YouTube comment. That's really fun. So, you know, crucially, don't think for yourself on anything. Just parrot something that someone else has said. That's the important part of being a sim racer. Yeah, this is a retirement community here. This is actually...
You've got the fastest lap.
A glider promotional zone. It's all about the glider flying. Gliders and helicopters. Sim racing is just an intermission between the glider and helicopter flying. Yeah, that's a good one, Nismo, yeah. Also, if someone says anything that you don't fully understand, make sure to straw man it and then spam it over the internet. Your straw man's interpretation. That's a good... These things don't just work for sim racing. They're really fun to do with like politics or like any conversation. It's pretty common. Pretty good fun. Oh, a good one for sim racers. Total lack of ability to understand sarcasm and irony. That's good. Hello, Novotny. Try your best not to understand any sarcasm or irony, and then you'll fit right in. There are a lot of sim racers that really do not understand sarcasm in the slightest. Or irony or absurdity. Have zero sense of humour about sim racing. That's a good one as well. That's vital. Tell you what, sim racers, like a lot of sim racing is actually all right, to be honest. A lot of people are really good in sim racing. It's always a minority of people that are weird, but same in all sports. It's always a tiny minority of people that are complete morons. That's what you have to keep in mind. Unfortunately, the internet magnifies morons. That's how I've managed to have a YouTube channel. So I can't really complain, can I? I mean, let's be honest. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have a channel. So, blessed be the internet. Keep in mind the best video on my channel is me playing Counter-Strike with the steering wheel, so gives you a good idea of where we're at with the internet. We need to... I've not tried streaming Hell Let Loose on my other computer. They did an update recently, and it runs a lot better. Maybe we'll play some later. I've got to get my $15 of value. Of course I play Hell Let Loose. I'm pretty good at it, to be honest. I'm really good as a squad leader. I'm the spawn point master. I'm really good with the squad leader little submachine gun. You can sniper people with it. As we found out...
Go left.
you can shoot people that are 500 meters away. It's really funny. look, Novotny, I'm pretty good as a squad leader, you have to admit. Novotny's alright as a medic. I say, he's pretty good as a medic. Any advice on what tracks to buy for someone coming out of rookies? It would depend what you intend to drive. And then also I would look, if you're looking for value for money, I probably wouldn't play iRacing in the first place. But if you're looking for stuff to buy and you're like worried about spending money, what you should look at what series are running what tracks and what tracks tend to be run the most often. Some tracks are run more than others. So, and then look at what you tend to drive. But also, I wouldn't say there's no such thing as coming out of rookies. Like iRacing doesn't really work like that. iRacing lie a bit in how they present the game to try and get people to spend money. Basically, you just have I rating and safety rating, right? And then if you've got a higher I rating, you'll race against people that are normally faster at the tracks, right? So it doesn't matter, and that will happen if you're in a rookie race or not. And what you'll find is some of the better racing in terms of like racecraft is actually in MX-5s and Formula Ford than it is in GT3 because or like some other series, because a GT3 car is quite restrictive in terms of what you can do. It might be faster, but it can be quite restrictive in terms of racecraft. So basically you need to ignore all the marketing bollocks behind iRacing. It's all designed to just try and make you spend money on stuff you might not need. So just if you're concerned about cost, see what tracks are running that look like fun tracks to drive, or that are used a lot, and that's probably the best way of doing it. The thing with now that they run the GT3 thing with 3 separate GT3 races, and F4 has 3 separate FIA things, that tends to cover more tracks. I think of tracks I drive a lot. Road Atlanta is driven a lot. Virginia International Raceway is driven a lot. Brands Hatch isn't driven that much. Flowing tracks like Mugello and stuff tend to drive better on iRacing because they're less prone to the physics issues this sim has. So they tend to also netcode's not as bad on tracks that are flowing because the cars aren't moving left and right as quickly. So they tend to be more fun for racing, I think. Get in there. Whew. Hopefully it's sunny in this session. I could do with another cup of tea here. Oh yeah, I like Interlagos. Yeah, I don't really drive it. I don't think I play it on iRacing. I have done, but not much. I'm more of a. I just like Road Atlanta actually. I like it in all sims actually. Ah, no, it's still foggy. Oh well. We're not allowed sunshine. Just fixed setup, I think, which is good. We drive into Lagos a lot in LMU. Barcelona, we don't tend to because it tends to be a bit laggy with the right-handers. I mean, it's hard for overtaking with the that tight left-hander before you go downhill. Yeah, Road America is good. That's a good track to have. So if I was going to buy tracks for iRacing, I don't know if they might be included or not. Road Atlanta, Road America, VIR. They're 3 good tracks that seem to be run quite a lot. It's really weird that these Italian tracks are using. This is like Arial bold font. It's like they just didn't care. They're like, oh, what font should we use on the sign? Oh, a bit of Arial. That'll do. Oh yeah, Circuit Jules Villeneuve, is it? Or are you on about Canadian Tire Motorsport? Circuit Jules Villeneuve, the one built on the World's Fair island, the Formula 1 track. That's good. But it's not run that often. Nordschleif's good, yeah. That's worth having. Nürburgring, and they run it quite a lot. Because you have the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring GP track. I don't know why iRacing haven't updated their Nordschleife. Because I think it's a bit out of date. Bungaro Ring. No, that's terrible, Novotny. That track's awful. Come on. Hockenheim's good. Hungaroring's terrible. What's wrong with you? It's awful. It's really bad for overtaking. It's just a convoy. The corners are too, like, sloppy. No, I've done lots of racing there. It's terrible. You need to take that off your list. You're not allowed to like that track. Why are we... It looks like we're driving into a cigarette packet. Hello, Jungle Juice. It's not... Hungaroring's not actually good for racing because none of the corners are like... They're all wish-washy corners. I think it's designed by Tilk. So that's why it's shit. All his tracks are terrible. He probably designed this one. But like... they're just pointless corners. They're not fast or long enough corners for overtakes, and they're not tight enough for braking. So they, yeah, be all right. Maybe in like a Radical or something it might work, but in most cars they're terrible. It was his first track, Novotny. I don't know, but yeah, definitely it suffers from wish-washy corners. See, he's accepted it. It was good. So that Hungaroring would have been good with like 1960s cars and smaller cars. But not modern. Anything that's relatively modern is terrible.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first timed lap.
Hello, Pantu, how's it going? Oh, did this reset my brake bias? Yes. They redid it a few times. This isn't fog, this is cigarette smoke from all the Italians watching the race. Allora. Bippity bappity bop. Bippity boopity. I think we're just going to get wrecked, aren't we, on the first lap? First lap of our first race here, we're probably just going to get...
One more lap.
Insta-wrecked. Welcome to iRacing. I don't know why this car's so slidey around this track. Well.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
It's super. It's really weird how slidey the car is around here. Bobsled Racer 2025. Is this not fixed setup? This is fixed setup, this race. Oh, did we not take fuel out? Was it? No, it's fixed setup. Fixed setup. It's all good. You can't go an hour into this stream without someone mentioning. Well, mushrooms are pretty awesome, and it is mushroom season. Everyone needs a mushroom. Where's the results? Oh, here we go. Oh, we're slow. Clearly have to drive some lines a bit better. Seems like half these people didn't bother qualifying. Maybe they got track cuts. 48.6 is there. 48.5. So what, are we 1.5 seconds off or 2.5 seconds off? Two and a bit seconds off. It's quite a lot off. Yeah, there must be a flat out corner that we're lifting for. We don't need to lift for. Oh well, we'll find out in the race. There we go.
The estimated strength of field is 2,052. We expect to be fighting for the podium. Half the field is on the grid.
My spot here, the spotter likes to be loud. Oh, have I got clutch bound? I don't think I do. Well, we'll find out. Don't think I banned my clutch in this. Oh, here we go.
5 cars left to grid. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
They've all got to run to their cars. Look at the crowd. Can you imagine the F4 race pulling in a full Formula crowd? as
waiting on the final
if
car
anybody
to
would
grid.
care.
Everyone's
Luna, well,
gridded.
that's just how these things work, yeah. Obviously.
Green flag, green flag.
See how this goes. Be a lot of drafting, I think.
Right side. Still there. Keep to the left. You're on the left. 3 wide. Car right. 2 wide. Clear all around. Go right.
This game. I managed to avoid them. I mean, every time you play iRacing, guys, every single time. I saw the pink car going sideways, so I think we made the right choice to drive off the track. You have to be on the inside of the corner.
There's
Because
an incident ahead.
if you're on the outside of the corner, you'll get ploughed by the people's tyres turning off.
Go right.
Yeah, you just need to make sure you're on the
What
inside.
are you doing, 5 car?
You got it. Slow car on the right. Go left. Car on your left. Still there. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side. 2 wide. Still there. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
We're back where we started. Oh look, we're back.
You're in the top 10.
We're only 2 places down.
Car on your left. Still there. Clear.
I guess going to the gravel was the right decision. We probably would have, we'll look at the replay, but I think we would have got, if we didn't go off the track there, I think we would have got wrecked by the pink car. You toxic? Do I need to ban you? Remember the F4 car used to have a lot more draft. Oh, the general. Oh, I see. See what you're saying. Thought you were being one of the edgy racers. Yeah. You can't tell. You always check. Because it's whenever we do iRacing streams, you have like random iRacers come in that are part of the iRacing cult that trace me around the internet just to slag me off constantly. It's really weird. My frame rate going down to 70.
The car in P2 just set the fastest lap. 48.002. Car on your left. Clear. Car on your left. Still there. Clear on the left.
This car is so floaty, it's really weird. On this track, at these speeds. Playing iRacing after having played a lot of AC is always very strange. Hello, JT. I use Mirror, yeah, we just fiddle around with the settings randomly. super weird. Well, it's because the physics are terrible on this. Like, you can't drive properly. So there's no way to actually. It's really weird. Like, this makes it really obvious with this track.
Car right. Still there. Hold your line.
It's just floating all over the place instead of it like
Keep
actually
to the left. Clear on the right.
going into the corners properly and you're balancing. I would have thought this track would have not had that issue, because normally faster tracks in iRacing are not normally that bad. Like Road Atlanta's quite good, but I guess it's not got many corners on it, so. It's like this is like I'm skiing. Super weird. It's not this car, it's everything in iRacing. It has a really slow, sloppy tyre. And it's a really slow grip fall off and really slow response.
The leader is running 47.
You can just load up the centrifugal circuit and drive around in circles and pop the back out and see how slow it is to come back.
Now leading.
Compared to other sims, you'll see it's really obvious. We've got enough pace to beat this guy, but he's a little bit laggy, so we'll be careful when we drive next to him.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.3 seconds.
They're coming for you. What was the lap times we need to be getting? This is one of the better cars in iRacing generally. He's faster than me. What a git. Why am I getting...
You have about 5 laps
should
of
not
fuel
be
left.
getting 80 FPS in a game this dated. On a 5090. On a track this barren. Ridiculous. ...70 FPS, guys, on a 5090. Come on.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
Oh, the guy in front's too much faster. Even on a CPU from 5 years ago, a game that looks like this should be running at 300 FPS. This should look like this on a 1080 Ti and be running at 200 FPS on a on a 10-year-old CPU. Could be your CPU. Yeah, if you've got any X3D chip with a 5090, I'm sorry. It should be optimised though, shouldn't it? We spent $15 on this track, so not sure what the excuse is. That's the price of a full retail game of an indie title. It's definitely the resize bar.
Car stopped on the right. Checkered flag, checkered flag. Good job, very good job.
Thing is, as well, you can see the variability of the frame rate as you go around the track as well. But I'm also recording it, so I'll have to change how I'm recording it. Recording it just adds a bit extra load to it. You can still see it going up and down. Yeah, look, it goes down to 110, 104. 111. Oh, I need another cup of tea, guys. Actually, Star Racing doesn't use a graphics card properly. You get the same problem happens with some other games.
Okay, the race is over. Bring it on in.
They're just not using the GPU properly, so when you record them at the same time, it really pushes the frame rate down. Right, let's have a look at the... Let's have a look at that first lap. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't... probably wasted money buying this track. But... Let's see what happened here. We actually are building another rig upstairs at the moment. More sim rigs. Right, so we had to drive off the track here. Yeah, iRacing should really be like a free-to-play game. Yeah, I think we did make the right decision. Like it turns out that they it turns out that he didn't drive into us, but I think it was a good choice to go around there because it's very likely that they would have. Yeah, if we'd stayed on the track, I think they would have hit us. So I think we made the right choice still. Yeah, look, if we kept going around here, probably would have got net coded. I probably didn't need to go that far off the track, but I didn't know where they were going to go, so. They get right, that spin from that guy was probably netcode from this guy tapping him really gently. Like, again, it's always netcode in this game. Or like, you could go, well, that's desync from the replay, but it, do you know what I mean? I don't think people realise how bad the netcode is in this, and I don't think people realise. Yeah, I mean, some of that can be synchronization between client and server and what I'm seeing in my replay. But even with that in mind, if you look at the line that other car's taking, right? Even if you're going to go right, even if you're going to say, right, this is desync. Look at the general line this car's on and look at the general line this car's on. Even if this car turned into this car and even if they did contact each other, why does it result in that type of a spin? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, iRacers will always find an excuse. Even if that's not netcode, even if that's just you know, desync from what I'm seeing, why is this car spinning like that anyway? Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Like, why is this car spinning on the spot from those types of contacts? So weird. Like, I don't know what it is with iRacers that don't call them out more on it, you know? It should be a free-to-play game, really. I think. Well, I might spin, but normally it'd just be a catchable thing, but you know, we could try GT3. I don't know if I'm going to play any more of this. I thought it was going to be a better. I thought because it's a fast track, I thought the car would be a bit more fun around it. It was just, it wasn't very fun. I like Mugello, but that was really boring to drive. I might just do something else. We could just play some outlet. Yeah, I don't know. It's good to try some Brands Hatch, I think. Honestly, I think with iRacing, I don't understand. I really struggle to understand why why people aren't calling it out more. It just really blows my mind. It's like just this constant acting like everything is fine. It's all fine, guys. It's all fine. It's like, well, come on, guys. I've got 3,000 hours in this. Why does it feel like I'm the only person? I do enjoy iRacing, that's why I play it, but why does it feel like I'm the only one saying stuff? Do you know what I mean? Like, out of all the YouTubers, I feel like I'm the only one that's directly been proportional. Why it shouldn't feel that way, I don't think. Work day tomorrow. Nice. Just don't turn up. Don't turn up to work. Sorted. Hang on, did we just pick the... Oh. We had a car picked already. We'll try this. Yeah, well, you're not really paying £12 a month for the servers. It's just that. Oh wait, did you see the Kunos thing with Evo, where they're like, oh, we're charging $1 per slot, and it's like, hang on, it's like, hang on a minute, guys, right? I get they want to make money, and they've got a system and what have you, but $1 per slot is insane. Like, if you think, so I spend £15 a month for our AC1 server, £15 a month for 35 slots, and the racing we have on that and the netcode and everything we have on that is like better than iRacing for the most part. And that's £15. That's me buying it all myself and setting, and it's all managed and all set up, and you can control it all from a HUD and everything, right? So, and that's on 24/7. If you're someone like iRacing or Kunos or whatever, and you're doing ad hoc servers, it only has to be on for like the race for an hour. So really, it should be like 10p a slot, you know, because the servers go up and down. Like you have they're virtual servers. So when a race takes place, it then creates a server that's using the bandwidth. Do you think, Eddie? Well, not out of the content creators though, because you lose money. You can't say what I say without losing a lot of money. So I think that's a big reason. Like you lose effectively tens of thousands of pounds is how much it costs to be honest about iRacing. Possibly like 30, 40, 50,000 pounds you can lose from being honest about iRacing, maybe even more. So I can see why. Like, you have to be an idiot. You really have to be stupid to be honest. Why is this like bird shit on it? Is this bird shit? I know, it's maybe it's pebbles. Pebbles. I mean, that's realistic. You could get like bird shit on the grass, so. I don't even mind spending money on Sims though myself, because, you know, are there daisies? I know we could have had a Turkish hair transplant. But did you see the comedy thing as well with, like, you know, the Riyadh comedy stuff? And those comedians where they're all rich mostly. They're mostly pretty successful comedians. And the thing is, right? Well, that's plausible. The thing is, right, if you hadn't done your entire comedy career being about, like, you know, having a go at governments and things, or having a go at the rich and things, it'd be fine. Like, it is what it is. But, like, it's really, like, these comedians that act as if they're, like, a lot of their career is built on being critical of governments and stuff, pointing out hypocrisy. And then they go and do that Riyadh Comedy Festival, and then they're already rich. They're already rich, so they don't even need the money. Like, I understand if someone's not got much money and they're struggling, I totally understand them doing stuff that's maybe against their own ethical views. But it really boggles my mind when people are wealthy and still do stuff that's totally contrary to everything they've done before. This is secretly my favourite GT3 car, the shed with bars. Yeah, I don't understand when wealthy people do stuff that they... Like, how much money do you need? Do you know, it's really weird. Like, once you've got, like, an okay house and, like, $1 million saved up, $2 million saved up, how much money do you really need to be happy? To be comfortable? Or to look after people, you know? More! This car's a well faster shed. I like the GTE version of this car. Dear. Here's the problem you have with this story. I agree they shouldn't have gone to America. Causes the most harm in the world, and no one's crying about comedians doing festivals over there. No, so the point is, they do the festivals over there, but they complain about the American government. So that's the point. Is like when they're in America, they are complaining about the American government. It's not about them. You've mixed up the issue, the point. It's not about someone doing something in different locations. That's not the problem. The problem is if you're willing to like, if you're going to do your comedy about censorship, about persecution, about minorities, about hypocrisy, and that's largely what your comedic career is based on. And then when you're in America, you're doing that and you're slagging off the American government. It's then a bit weird to then go to another country and sign a non-disclosure act that means that you can't say anything, do the exact same sort of comedy that you would do. That's the issue. And then basically being like, if they were performing in America and someone said, here's £1 million, but you can't say anything bad about the current government in America, or you can't say anything bad about these corporations, people would go mental, wouldn't they? Because they'd be like, well, hang on, what are you doing? So that's what that's about. It's not to do with where they're doing the... It's not to do with where they're doing it, because it's great to do. Obviously, there's lots of normal people in every country. So... yeah, you just... it's just really weird for them to... But as I say, like, I understand when... if someone doesn't have much money and they want to make money, I get it. But when people are rich, it's just really weird. Like, you don't need to, do you? Like, why? Oh, this should be interesting. This car seems very happy to just lose it through the tighter corners. The shed of death. Can't imagine this being a particularly clean race. I quite like how this car sounds.
Car stop on the left. New fastest lap for you.
Chronic understeer out of that. No, but you're not, that point is not, that's a totally unrelated thing to be talking about. So it's a red herring to the conversation. I think generally there is actually obviously less internally in countries. They talk about the terrible things the country's done, but generally that's the whole point is that comedians actually do point out the stuff in those countries. So what you're saying is not actually, doesn't make any sense at all. That's the whole point, is that, like, what else are you going to do comedy on? Like, what else do they do comedy on? If they're political, if they do a lot of political comedy, social and political comedy, which is what a lot of comedy is, it will be pointing out hypocrisy and injustices of a country. That's what comedians do. So that's what they generally do in the West. So
left side,
it's utterly bizarre to then go to a country and not do that, or you know, just take money to then be censored on that. What on earth you on about, Doofer? Like, what you have, like, the most ridiculous political takes. You have this like really bizarre, like, politicized, one-dimensional politicized view on stuff. It's really weird. I'm just going to ban you, to be honest. You bullshit of the masks yesterday. Like, it's ridiculous.
You've just set your fastest lap of the session.
Jesus, man.
I want people to think for themselves and to not just repeat bollocks. It's just tiresome. What? Why does the car just turn off through there? It's not really censorship if someone is just parroting political bollocks that's not with any thinking behind it. It's not censorship. I censored my line through there. Oh my goodness, this is terrible. I thought this would be good round this track.
Car stopped ahead.
What time was the race? I might just not do this. This is really bad. what political bollocks have I ever parroted? So the anti-masker thing is absolute. Oh, he's gone. Bad. Yeah, like the anti-masker thing is political bollocks. Like there's plenty of scientific evidence for masks being effective for multiple reasons. It's not that's just ridiculous to like turn it into a political issue. It's really stupid to like just assume that some like Democrats get a free pass versus Republicans. I mean, the thing is as well, I don't even like Democrats or Republicans. Like the whole political landscape in America is completely messed up. But for someone to like assume that there's like some media bias towards the Democrats, it's like, well, okay, there'll be Democrat-owned media or Democrat-favourable media for those political interests for that, and there'll be Republican-owned media. And I would imagine, I don't know, you'd have to look at the data, but I'd imagine there's probably you could probably find out like which media is more prominent or which media has more money put into it. But like again, the reason why it's political bollocks is because I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. Just framing it in that way and arbitrarily selecting one is what's ridiculous. Like, because I'm not pro-Republican or Democrat. I don't care. I'm not American. The Woden, nobody has ever said that a mask is as effective as a gas mask with filter. So like, why would you even say that? Like, this is what I mean. It's just like, this is how you know something's been like politicized and people have been brainwashed by propaganda, because not a single person in this conversation or yesterday would even claim. Why would anybody claim that a face mask is as good as a full-blown gas mask? Don't make any sense. It's like this is how you can spot when there's so much BS around something, because the points brought up about them do not bear any like initial thinking surrounding it. Like, even the biggest moron ever that was like the biggest face mask promoter on earth, I don't think they would think a face mask of any type would be as good as a full-blown gas mask. So why would that even come up in... Do you know what I mean? Like, why? It doesn't make sense, does it? It's like someone going... It's like someone saying, oh, bicycle helmets reduce head trauma, right? And then someone then going, well, you know, it's not as good as a motorbike helmet. And it's like, well, yeah, no, obviously it's not. But, you know, on balance, a basic bike helmet is better than no helmet at all. And then someone will go, yeah, well, in Holland they don't ride bikes. And it's like, well, yeah, they have separate... Well, they do ride bikes. They don't necessarily wear helmets. It's like they have separate bike paths to the car, so a car's not likely to drive into someone. But yeah, if they wear a helmet, it's probably still better. But there will be mixed data on wearing a bike helmet, and there will be scenarios where a bike helmet could potentially, in certain accidents, cause more damage than not wearing a bike helmet. But in terms of like, might get torsional forces and things, who knows? But on aggregate, for the vast majority of time someone falls off a bike and knocks their head, if they were wearing a bike helmet, it would be less worse. So it's like one of those. So it's like the mask thing will literally be if you have a mask of X capacity, like an FFP2 or N95, it will reduce viral load for whatever that mask happens to be able to block, which will have a percentile effect on reducing your exposure to something that potentially could be enough exposure for you to then catch something or transmit it more. And so it might even be very negligible. It might be very significant. It could depend on like the cold, flu, virus or whatever's involved. It could just be particulate in the air. Like it could be if you're in your loft, wearing a small mask might stop like black mold exposure or glass fiber, which for some people it might, So it's just, the thing is, that's all fine. But what you notice is when people bring up these things and they get when someone brings it up as an argument, what they do is they very aggressively take a completely arbitrary emotive stance. Do you know what I mean? On one, like, bike helmet's terrible. Face mask useless. And it's like nobody that's been slightly reasonable would ever take an extreme stance. So like you wouldn't take an extreme stance necessarily of going everyone should wear face masks all the time when there's not a pandemic or you're not at risk or it's a aerated environment, whatever, or like everyone should wear full-blown gas masks. Do you know what I mean? This is the red flags that you notice with any of these highly politicised issues. People get very emotive and then take a very extreme, decisive view on these things, and then don't. And when they do have an extreme, decisive view on these things, they don't ever really have any direct evidence to back up what they're saying, or they don't really explain what they're saying. It's just that they're being emotive because they've been politically charged on this issue. You can unban Doof for Novotny. He's been a viewer for a long time. You should just give him a timeout. I was joking about banning them, to be honest. Just give him a timeout. Yeah, hell no. Well, that can be with some stuff in particular. Yeah, you transmitting to other people rather than it necessarily being for you. But that's another aspect of it, isn't there? It's so no, there will be some protective stuff in some ways and not others. So like cyclists will wear certain types of mask and on a road, and they'll be like, oh wow, look, it's protecting me from all the shit in the air, right? And it's clearly not. So like it might do a little bit reduction, but actually the issue is that the air pollution is really too bad to be cycling on those roads, and a mask is giving them a false sense of security for that specific thing, or it might not be the biggest relevant thing. But then the point would be if someone was making an argument that wearing a mask cycling protects you from pollutants or whatever, absolutely. If you were then making a counter argument to that, you would say, oh yeah, but actually, there's quite a lot of evidence to suggest that it doesn't stop all the relevant things, or you just suggest that. You wouldn't even need to say there's evidence. You just suggest it. You wouldn't just de facto say, oh, it does nothing. Do you know what I mean? It's all... The people that refuse to wear seatbelts.
3, 2,
hello, Sam
1,
Folk. Thank
go.
you. I'll add you to my...
Hi GM. I know I'm late to the party, but did you get to try out the RSS GTM Furiano 96 V6? Max Verstappen helped develop it.
What's that? Oh, what, from RSS? I haven't tried it. No, we'll have to do some RSS stuff. It is funny that Verstappen's an AC fanboy, but obviously, how many times does it get brought up in when the iRacing fanboys start spamming that Max Verstappen plays iRacing? It's like he's actually more of an AC fanboy than an iRacing fanboy. Not that means anything. It's just a bloody video game, but yeah, it's quite funny. I'm going to add you to Silv if you're not. Are you already on here? I'm adding you as a supporter. Yeah. Hang on. But are you already on here? Well, we're adding you to Silver. Here we go. Thank you very much for the donation. You're now a sponsor. He bans me when I didn't ban you. You were just timed out. And it's not about refuting. We just then spent 15 minutes explaining why what you said was a load of bollocks. So you also keep doing this thing where you don't actually make an argument. You just type politicised bollocks that's contrarian. I don't know what it is. Right, you can have another timeout. You can have a 10-minute timeout now. There you go. It's just constant contrarian stupidity. Alright, there you go. Right. I don't really feel like doing what's on Ringmeister? Skip Barber on Ringmeister. There we go. That'd be good fun. Here we go. We found something good now. It's all good. Can we have the rest of the scenic glider flight? Yeah, we can do some gliding later if you'd like to watch that. Skip Barber on Ringmeister is going to be good fun. That's a good combo. Well, the lead designer on Project Motor Racing knows what they're doing, so I wouldn't worry about that. The difficulty with Sims is they're just hard to program. It's, there's not much time and there's a lot of work to get a sim to work well. They're doing the right idea with PMR generally. Yeah, iRacing has Sonoma. I mean, the whole anti-masker thing, guys, honestly, it's one of the most ridiculous recent things. It's just like of all the hills to like die on for like to like be contrary, it's only slightly off like flat earth really. And it's like it's not far off the seatbelt or the bike helmet thing. It's like, what? In terms of something to be wound up by as well, like what's the negative if people were wrong and they were, or like say a government was wrong and they said you need to wear a mask and you didn't need to. What's the real negative there? I mean, maybe some like pollution. So that's quite negative, like in terms of people littering face masks. But it's like relative to like so many things, it's such a weird one to be passionately like, it's like what we always say is like, why would like if someone's going to be annoyed by face masks, they should be more annoyed by like just general pollution from cars, tire pollution. Tactical, I don't know what a tactical seatbelt silencer is. Well, Novotny, this is the thing, right? I don't think people realise the degree to which there's like the foreign interference of social media and like business, foreign and local funding that's shaping the online space. I don't think people realise the degree, and I don't know why it's not called out publicly. So like a good example of this is if you do certain content on a podcast that aligns with a certain interest, they can use bot farms and view farms and sponsorship money and all these things to encourage a person to do more of that content. The person doing the podcast or the videos just thinks they're being successful. They're like, oh, there's a lot of interest in what I'm doing. I'm obviously doing a good job. They don't realise the reason that their content is getting so many views, so much engagement, so many likes is because there's international interests inflating their views and paying for their sponsorships and engaging in the chat, right, and encouraging them. Whereas if they'd done other content that wasn't in certain interests, they wouldn't have got any traction. So it's really weird that that's not called out as much. Like, especially as there's examples where you can absolutely see direct financial contributions to various outlets, right? So, and you know, there's going to be a range of stuff. I'm not saying it's just one country or another country. Obviously, every country does it to some degree, but the point would be is like people being aware that that's what's happening. So, but it's really weird that it's not called out, like the sort of baiting of division. Yeah, I think the British government is massively incompetent on these things. I think the American government in many ways, but I think the British and European governments are chronically unaware of how these things operate. If you look at how incompetent the British government is at a lot of stuff, and I'm not pro the current political stuff. This is from a sort of apolitical perspective. It's if you want a functioning democracy, then you need to be you have to be aware of how these forms of manipulation work. Ski to sit. Well, yeah, I think that's more to do with marketing. Yeah. Well, you see it with iRacing, right? The stuff I say about iRacing is very like obvious stuff. Like, and most real race drivers will be like, yeah, the tyres just don't bite the track as they should do. The grip doesn't return fast enough. The netcode's not very good. The graphics are very dated, right? I'm saying stuff that's really obvious stuff, right? But just by having enough marketing and having enough of a player base, you can manipulate the narrative on it to the point where there's, you know, people just are completely unaware of its limitations and will defend it. So you get that with everything, and then it's just turned into, oh well, it's a subjective issue. No, they're just cut slicks, or they're like road tyres on this, so they would work in the wet as well. So the Skippy, from what I understand, has there's different versions of the Skippy, different race series like national and international, and some of them run slicks, some of them run cut slicks. Why is my camera so high? Don't know why I'm in the air. I need to move the camera down here. I'm like on T-cam. Bloody hell. What's the camera box? Which one is it? Ah, here we go. Why are we so high up? I think it's partly people paying a subscription, but also I think it's because it is like it's just also one of the more active simulators online. And the marketing is just very most of the sims I think are quite European in the marketing, where you wouldn't get away with saying stuff that's as abrupt. The high ground. Yeah, we built a nice little Motte and Bailey castle in Ascot Barber. Got space for the drawbridge. It's all good. That's all you need. Get your drawbridge and you're fine. Your race is ready. That text is well bright. Bloody hell. On my OLED, that text is like in my brain. I hope this should be alright. We haven't done a quali, but it's the ring mice is normally quite fun. Is James slagging iRacing for Russia? Yeah, I've been paid off by Russia to promote iRacing, or to slag it off. Ironically, quite a few people have bought into iRacing after watching my streams because they want to find out for themselves. This is the other thing. If you have because I mean, if you're playing it, right? So it's still promotion. It's like I don't play ACC, so nobody really watching our channel is going to be like, oh, I'll give that a go for myself to see if the bold git is an idiot or not. You know. I think that's the thing, as a live streamer, if you're playing something, it's by default a promotion of that thing. Even if you were absolutely slagging something off, which I don't really do. Like I don't really play games I don't enjoy at all. I think if there's like funny games that we could play that I wouldn't enjoy. You know, games that are just like a challenge. I was thinking of doing some SNES games that are genuinely awful, but yeah, I think when whatever a live streamer is playing, even when they're playing something that they actually even hate, which I don't really, but if someone was playing something they even hate, I think it still acts as promotion. It's BS that you need permission to play your game. Shill. Minutes here. I need another cup of tea, guys. Got a bit of a headache. What about some paracetamol, maybe? I don't know what with that orange, the orange poisoning that we had. Absolutely mental. I think maybe because we slept quite a bit as well, that probably didn't help. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. but I went to bed really early because we didn't feel well. Oh, I love Lemsip. I don't know what they put in it, but well, I think the glider doesn't really help with me for motion sickness. So. I need to charge up my torch actually. Tesco's opens in like 5 hours. Do a Tesco's trip. Isn't it weird with politics how much it seems like media talking points seem to frame the conversation, like the way that the conversation on politics is framed by those media talking points, rather than it being like, here's like 50 different things or 100 different things or 1,000 different things. It's always like, here's 3 or 4 talking points that the media keeps repeating over and over again. It's really weird. Because that's not, reality doesn't work like that. That's another way, that's another red flag for nonsense, is when something or someone repeating the same talking points non-stop. It's like, and especially not doing other things either. Like, it's always just the same things. Obviously, if something's not changed and something's not fixed, then it's, you know, there's certain things, but... Well, that's it, Panidi. That's what I mean. It's like weird how there's not that much independent... You'll notice this when you go out and about and you have random conversations with people. A lot of people only have conversations on specific topics that they seem to have been told to have conversations on. Yeah, to be fair, Nismo, it hasn't changed, has it? So, I mean, as I say, some things haven't... If something hasn't changed, that's fair enough, but... Yeah, I'm a working class. I'm working in my sim rig. Yeah, the Facebook side of it, I think, is really weird how that is. Like, I don't use Facebook at all. It's kind of strange how that's, especially for older people, how it's just shaped like a view of things. Let me take what you said out of context now. Yeah. But like my parents are on Facebook and stuff, and I don't know why they bother. Like, I say this to my dad, I'm like, there's no point. Who are you messaging? They're like, they're all gonna be dead soon, so why are you wasting your time on it? It's just pointless.
One to go. Next time by.
If you're
line up
old,
on the left side.
Right, you're old and retired.
2,157.
What is the point?
Closed right now.
What's the point?
You're fighting for the podium.
What's the point? Like, you're not... Like, it's worthwhile me saying iRacing's tyres should be different, or this is wrong, or this... Like, people are coming to my channel to, like, make an informed decision on the video game they're going to buy or whatever. So I feel like I have a responsibility to be honest about what I'm doing. But if, like, I don't...
5 cars left to grid.
I'm not going to go... Like, even myself, I'm not going to go onto Reddit or Facebook or TikTok or YouTube and watch political videos and then type a comment or reply to someone else's comment under the video. Like, if you really want to do like political stuff, you have to do your own podcast or do your own videos, or or write a book or something. I really don't understand. Like, I don't even... I comment on Reddit for sim racing stuff, normally just helping people, or just, you know. But yeah, I really don't understand a lot of comment stuff. Like, I do... It's good the comments we get on some of our videos, where, again, it's just people helping people in sim racing. I think that's good. Or encouraging people, that's nice. But I really don't understand the political... Like, I don't know why you'd really... Unless you got a joke. But maybe it's an outlet, I guess. People are frustrated. But I really don't understand it with older people, because you are going to be dead much sooner. So why waste your time on it? Especially when it's clearly frustrating to people.
About to go green. Stay focused.
So why waste your time on it? I'm just letting this car go past a single file. Why is he coming up?
Post car is off. Time to do your job. Green, green, green.
What's the car behind me doing?
Right side. Clear on the right.
Probably should have practiced a bit more. This car seems a bit slidey through here. No, we haven't driven the Skippy for ages. What is just driven into? What is wrong with these people? He's already driven into me. You know they're going to wreck you if they drive into you on that part of the track. Yeah. You just know, don't you? If they're driving into you on that part of the track, you know they're going to do dumb stuff.
Keep to the left. Clear.
Ah, this game. No, he's wrecked himself as well.
You've got wheel damage.
I tried to take a slightly different line, and the tyres just got stuck in slit. I was holding that line, and then, yeah, car just wouldn't go into the corner. Why did he try and overtake us there? Yeah, the car just wouldn't grip into the corner. So stupid. You can't... There's nothing you can do to get the... Like, you just can't get the grip. You have to have taken it from the outside. It's just iRacing. I love how this guy's going for the overtake here, though. Like... And he still misses the corner. Why is he's having a go at me? It's his fault. He's trying to overtake us in a stupid part of the track after having driven into us. There's no... You can't complete the pass here. So... And he's driven off the track as well because he's gone into it too fast. So... Why is he complaining? He's the one that created the accident, basically. But yeah, you just can't... that's why you have to have...
Mark, I'm totally sorry.
I thought the tyres would bite into the road a bit more.
Yeah, was that worth it?
This is why you have to play iRacing more. You can't just go from race room to iRacing. You know, I thought, oh, if I brake here, the tyres will bite into the road, and then I'll be able to take the corner. No, car just slides off the track. I thought we'd just have more bite. I mean, this car doesn't have any downforce, to be fair. Yeah, I thought that we'd have some grip. But yeah, I mean, this car... Does it have a front wing? It does have a front wing on this. No, we do have downforce. Maybe the tyres are cold as well. I mean, it is a tight line to
Bro,
try and
I'm
get through
so
that
sorry
corner.
about that.
You know.
I absolutely murdered you. That was completely my bad. So I'm so sorry about that.
Oh hell, half of the grid is out already. Look, looks like crazy race. First class.
Yeah, I think you can win it.
It is just weird. It is weird. Like, of all the Sims, of all the Sims, iRacing is the only one where I would do like end up driving off a corner like this. Like every other simulator, I would have not ended up driving off the track like this. Like I would have like maybe oversteered and slid a bit. But you know what I mean? I wouldn't have even just. We would have not even gone into the corner like that. I would have had more of an idea of what was going on. I guess it's really weird. It's like. I mean, you definitely do have to take that corner from further on the outside and slower. The car's not even starting to make the corner. That's what's funny with that. Yeah, I say I'm used to driving this with cars with downforce, or more downforce at least. We can do the quali lap with this. Try that out. We'll do some practice laps. Maybe, yeah, we probably were understeering on the brake as well. It's early, kind of. So we weren't too well yesterday, so we went to bed early and then woke up early. Yeah, we hadn't moved the brake bias back either, so it's quite possible that when we got on the brake, it made the front just understeered instead of the back coming out. I love the other guy having a go at me, like. He didn't make the corner either. So like if I'd stayed on the if I held that line and let's say my car had stayed on the track, he would have wrecked us by driving into us on the track because he still didn't on his line through the corner, he didn't keep it on the track. So he would have 100% wrecked us through that corner. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird for him to be annoyed. I guess it is confusing in iRacing when someone tries to actually race and doesn't just let you pass when you drive into them. I can see how that's confusing. Right, let's get the brake bias on it. Oh, there is no brake bias. Okay, well, can you not change it in the pits? Oh no, it's fixed at 54. Oh well. Or can we edit it? No. That's it. Maybe they were cold as well. Yeah, it's possible. Well, I think it's the fixed setup has locked the brake bias. It doesn't have in-car brake bias. So you have to do this corner from out here, otherwise it won't go into it at all for some reason. It's just how it is. To deal with it. That seems like that would be very dangerous for a car to do that. Thanks for following. I think it's a engine cut-off safety cable, so if you pull that out, the engine cuts off. That seems very dangerous. Why, why you would not want a Skippy to do that. Isn't that just insane? What? Is that from the bump before that causes the tyres to turn off? I mean, how many Skippy drivers need to die? Yeah, the thing is, you just counter steer if the back was coming out from that. It's crazy. See, the only way you can find these things out with every car in iRacing is you have to do it once, and then you're like, okay, okay, fine. I'll make sure next lap we don't do that. We'll redo it. Yeah. The one in R Factor 2's, I don't know actually. Now I only drove it without a DD wheel. There we go. We're learning, guys. So we just have to give it a little lift over that, I guess. Otherwise it's too light. Well, you know, it makes sense that the car would be very light, but and that it gets loose. But then the other thing would be is you'd have that's fine, you then have to catch it, right? Oh my god. Oh, there's another one. It's just getting loose over the things, and then look, we catch it, and then the tyres are still over. Caught it, tyres are still off on the brakes. Oh dear. Right, let's try that again. Actually, we should just push the brake and accelerator more. Hello, Martin. Well, we were trying to drive the Skippy around the Nordschleife, but it keeps killing me. This is fixed setup doofer. This is iRacing putting an easy setup on the car. Just another time. I know you're just talking about. You can push the brake in the accelerator. It does the same thing. It's the equivalent of putting the brake bias 100% forwards. What you do when you turn the steering wheel into the corner, it's just what it's doing is it's forcing the front tyres into understeer. The main thing with this car is you just have to make sure you've got it really straightened up before braking. I start to remember how to drive this car. No, but Buckle, we knew about this years ago. Like, just because someone's made a YouTube video on something. We've been sim racing for like 15 years. All these things we've known about. This is why it's really funny when we've had people in live streams going, oh, get driver coaching. It's like we could have done driver coaching for people 10-15 years ago. But oh no, it's too fast for that corner. Too fast that corner. Oh no. Yeah, now we'll just get loads of people telling us about this. Because you're not going to make it, right? You're not going to make that corner, and then you can't brake anymore. So you're not going to make the corner at this point here. You have to straighten up in order to brake more without the back coming out more. So you can't keep making the corner. So you're having to straighten the steering wheel up to then be able to brake harder. To then, oh, it's so dumb. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be bothered with this, guys. We'll do one more go. It's so dumb. Like the way you have to drive this. Like once you memorised it, it's like okay, but it's such a dumb way of driving. Oh dear. It's such a stupid way of driving. Downforce helps hide it. Well, so the reason why a lot of people don't notice how messed up things are as well is that they start off slow and then build up speed. And so they're not noticing. They don't know, you know, you're better off going in fast, seeing where it breaks, and then dialing it down, because it doesn't matter if you crash in a sim. It doesn't cost anything. You know, you might as well discover the failure points as quick as possible. The thing with iRacing is you just can't use like very basic driving skills that you would use in any other sim. But to be fair, Clio Cop's front wheel drive and is super slow. But yeah. you just have to. It's just iRacing is just preemptive driving. That's all. Once you know once you've memorised the line through the corner and what trajectory to take through it, then it's fine. You just do that. The thing is, like, you do want to preemptively drive corners in a real car as well, and in other simulators. So, to someone that doesn't understand what's really going on, they don't get why it's so substantially different. Basically, what I'm doing now is I'm memorising how much. The other thing with iRacing is there's a certain amount of steering angle that you can do for each vehicle, and how much angle you can have whilst braking. and then in your mind's eye you just go, right, yeah, that's the limit for that one, done, right, there you go, and then you just stay below that. Rather than just feeling it out and driving it as it happens, you have to sort of just set hard limits. It's very weird. Yeah, well, you should be doing preemptive driving for sure, but it shouldn't be like the only thing you can do. Yeah, like, you need room to be able to test stuff out and to then have to react to what you've done if it was right or wrong. It doesn't, in iRacing, the sliding is so drawn out as well that kind of catches me off, because it's actually really slow motion how everything happens, but then it's also unforgiving because you're stuck in a trajectory. So it's like both ridiculously easy in terms of like, you don't have to react quickly because there's no point. But then you have to have got the trajectory right in the first place. Whereas when you've got tyres in the simulator where the grip comes back quicker, you then actually you do more reactive driving quicker. You have to be on it faster. I think I'm mostly there with the skipping now. Though I think I've remembered where the way you have to drive it. We've got to delete GTE. Basically, you need to keep in mind that you can't have more than X amount of slip through the corners in this car, and then do the line through the corner with that in mind.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
You could just reverse your pedals. You should have an option. I I need a cup of tea, guys. Well, I used to drive the Skippy a lot in iRacing, but no, I think we're good now. Because I just need a cup of tea. It's not, for me, it's not the different cars, it's just how the physics are in iRacing. So like the way I drive is you test the limit and then you catch the car when you overdrive and then you dial it down. So the problem is iRacing doesn't support you doing that, so it just bins you if you overdrive. If you have to catch the car and you push the limit, it just bins you. There's nothing you can do, it just bins you. It's a perfectly normal driving style, but iRacing doesn't support it. So what you have to do in iRacing is like, as I say, like you just have to know. You're like, that's the amount of slip that the car supports, and this is how much brake pressure I can put, and this corner is off at this angle, or there's a bump here. So you basically in iRacing. You turn it, I say you break it down, which is not a bad idea to do with everything, but you just have to turn it all into a... It's got a little bit of wiggle room, to be fair. It's not entirely binary, but it just means that if you're the type of person that likes to actually push the limits and bring it back, you can't really do that in iRacing. Now, LMU's got terrible force feedback. I don't know, Andy. Probably not. It might be all right though. Actually, iRacing do good AI, so it might be quite good for what it is. And iRacing is actually pretty good with Oval, apart from the netcode. But like the Oval's actually quite well done in iRacing, generally speaking. So probably be a good game. Out of all the people that do Oval games, I think they'd actually probably do a better job than most companies. So. I like lasagna. See what I'm doing now, right? It's absolutely the opposite way of how you drive Race Room as well. In this, I'm preemptively counter-steering so that we're not putting load on the tyres, so that the rear's not getting... So the tyres aren't warming up. So, because I know when we come through the corner, the car's going to want to go this way, so I'm turning the other way beforehand. Right? Whereas in Race Room, you have to drive into the front tyres, otherwise you're slower. In this, you have to avoid the tyres, otherwise you're slower. It's totally opposite ways of driving. It's really funny. It's really funny. Like, AC's kind of in the middle. At no time in Race Room do you really ever preemptively counter-steer based off you knowing in advance the oversteer that's going to happen through that corner. You intentionally lean on the tyres, otherwise it is just slower, I think. Nick, yeah, Skippy used to be all that I drove. It was one of the better cars in iRacing. Skippy and the Radical SR8. And, yeah, they basically killed the Skippy. The narrative is pumping. I think there's a lot of hype for Project Motor Racing because people just want a new ranked online racing game. pre-approved lasagna. Right, we're ready for the next one. We've done our training now. Yeah, so the main difference between a realistic tyre and iRacing is that when you go over the limit, the grip returns quickly on a real tyre, because, surprise, surprise, that's a lot safer. Like, if a tyre gets stuck over the limit, it makes it very, very dangerous, so you never really design a tyre to behave like that. And the only tyres that really do behave like that are some of the, like in Formula 1 and IndyCar. And it's not really the tyres' fault, it's more the stupid vehicles. So, but like in pretty much every other vehicle, you'll find like Radicals, Caterham, Mazda, whatever, like Club Racing, GT3, GT4. A tyre will push back into the limit in reality. Unless it's broken, or there's oil on the track, or it's too wet. You can push them over the limit for a bit, but you know, they come back quickly. What's the veggie lasagna question? It better not be an innuendo. I'm too tired for innuendos. Guys, I was watching a clip on Reddit. They had a clip from The Mask, the kids' TV, the kids' film, right? The Mask, and it's so inappropriate. Like, it's mental. It's actually really like disgusting. I mean, I never liked The Mask as a kid, but I was just like, bloody hell, that's actually really weird. Like, some of the stuff in 90s films, you're just like, that is actually, like, I get it's an innuendo, but it's not even funny. I think The Mask is like PG-13 or something. It's not like a kid's film, but I watched it when I was a teenager. It wasn't an adult film. Like, I always thought it was weird as well with, like, you know, the first Jurassic Park, where that lawyer gets eaten by a dinosaur. I thought that was a bit extreme, right? That's PG-12 Jurassic Park, I think. Is that PG-12 or something? Yeah, Mask is that's a kids' film, right? I must have been like 13, 14 or something. So when Jurassic Park came out, which is the same year, right? 94, 95. I was the same age as the young boy that was in the film. So I must be like 12. No, younger maybe. 13, or 12 or 13, yeah. I always found The Mask really creepy and not funny. When I was I used to like... yeah, I always had a good sense of humour. Mask is shit. Jim Carrey was never really that good. He's good in some other films, but he's massively overrated. Bloody American comedians, not that funny. I always liked the Three Amigos and like Aeroplane, Naked Gun. Those were good films. Those were actually funny. Even when I was 12, I thought they were hilarious. I obviously didn't get all the innuendos in the Naked Gun films, but they were still genuinely funny just because you could tell they were stupid. We just said, Skeets, The Mask was rated PG-13. So when we say kids' film, I don't mean it's for 5-year-olds. It's for like, it's not an adult film. It's like a teenager film. Yeah, Jim Carrey's good in some stuff. Like, he was really good in Truman Show, and he's actually good when he was not trying to be a comedian. And anytime Jim Carrey was trying to be a comedian, he was just a bit of shit, really. Like, he's a really try-hard comedian. Maybe for American audiences, maybe it worked, but most people I know found it a bit annoying. Yeah, Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind was good as well. He should do more serious films. He's much better in those. I think he's a good actor. Yeah, he's kind of like, I think because he did stand-up stuff that wasn't terrible, and then that's kind of how he got his footing in it, and then I think I don't know what was going on with him. Okay, yeah, but it's still like, for American audiences though, there's loads of actors are Canadian, but they were doing stuff for America. I think Jim Carrey seems like he's probably quite a nice person though, from what I've seen of him. Not met him though, so I don't know, but oh, I could do with a meatball sandwich now, that'd be nice. Is this race on the hour? We haven't missed it. I think we're practiced now. I think I've learnt what we can and can't do. I've remembered the preemptive driving style for this car. You just have to make sure you turn. You have to make sure you straighten the car up before you get on the brake. And then each time you get on the brake, so you turn, get on the brake, and then you can come off it. But you don't brake as you're turning, otherwise you get stuck. Wow, Canadians are not. Yeah, well, what can I say? Canadians are so positive. They don't give them a negative review. So, oh, it is. It's in 12 minutes. That's so funny. I forgot how to drive this car. I forgot the whole sort of turn, brake, like turn the wheel back out of the corner to then brake more. So weird. Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire was on. Yeah, it was really weird, that film. Oh, I don't have any food. I had some potatoes. I'm kind of hungry. We got 3 hours until... Yeah, Pet Detective was rubbish. I give Dumb and Dumber a pass. I think that actually worked. I think that was alright, you know. Dumb and Dumber has actually aged okay, weirdly. At the time, I thought it was just stupid. I didn't really like it, but actually, I think it's not too bad. Yeah, it's weird that Dumb and Dumber kind of works. you wouldn't think it would work, right? I like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I was thinking of rewatching that actually. I really want to. I haven't watched any films for ages. I was thinking of. I was thinking of watching all the Lord of the Ring films again, but I only watch films when I'm not well normally. But I'll probably get flu from Sim Racing Expo or COVID or something, so I guess after that we can just watch films. Pizza's open till 2 a.m. Oh. Nothing's open near me. There's in Maastricht, opposite the train station, there's a kebab place that's open till 2 in the morning. In Dusseldorf, the kebab place is open till 3 in the morning. I know where, and in all the cities in Germany, I know where all the kebab shops are, where they're open till. Munich closes down though. Munich, it's well hard to find food after 10 p.m. Bavarians hate staying open. Settings for Moser. Yeah, here you go. So I'm using Marvin's force feedback app. I'm also using weird settings because I have some issues with RSI and shoulder pain. So I sometimes set my wheel up a bit weird. But generally, what you'd want to do for iRacing, set your wheel up to 900 in the game and 900 on here. And then a good thing to start with for force feedback settings is just turn everything off. Turn it all off. Turn all the damping off, all this off. And it's on the basic settings. Put maximum output torque limit to 100, this to 100. But on the advanced settings, turn all this off. And then just use, on this force feedback equalizer, just press like 8 is pretty good. Maybe do this actually. 60% on here. All this will do is get rid of that really high frequency vibrations, and that's quite good. All this stuff you don't need to change. Look at that. It's like a disco. Oh no! Just put stuff all over my screen. Yeah, and then get Marvin's awesome iRacing app. And you use this instead of iRacing's force feedback. And what you can then do with this is you can select you turn the force feedback off in the game, and you select your wheel, and then you can you set the strength of your wheel, whatever wheelbase you have, and then you adjust the strength with this. And then if you want if you want more like track texture vibrations, you turn this up, the detail scale. If you want it to be smoother, turn this down. And then you can also make the force feedback feel more or less abrupt by changing this output curve. But typically you either want this at 1.0, maybe like 120 at the 1.20 at the maximum. But yeah. Normally just keep it at 1, but you might want to adjust it. If you've got a car and you can't really feel force feedback details, you might want to turn this up a bit and then turn the strength up a bit. But yeah, that's about it really. I run my force feedback quite light though, so yeah, if you run stronger force feedback, you might want to turn the put a damper on. But I run my force feedback really light whilst I'm live streaming. I didn't upload the video recorded yesterday. We got food poisoning yesterday, so orange poisoning. So yeah, maybe we'll do. What did we do? What did we show? What was that? Was that wheel settings? Oh, it was for race room, wasn't it? Oh yeah, he knows that. Yeah, I didn't read your name when I read your message. Why is this on here? Go. No, I don't want this. How do I turn that off? Oh well. Maybe we can push a button. No. Oh. Don't know why it's. Oh, okay, it's gone now. Don't know what that was. Yeah, maybe we could do some Hell Let Loose. I don't know how it is streaming it from my other computer. We'll probably only be able to stream it on Twitch, to be honest, because I can only stream to one place on my other computer. It's not fast enough to do two. 5 minutes and we'll reckon another race. Just do the glider flight. I don't know if we're doing Hell Let Loose. I'm not sure. Can't really play it from this computer. Which is a shame because Hell Let Loose on the 5090 would be quite interesting. Probably looks well good. 4K 5090. Yeah, I know. It'd just be nice to play it on a 5090 just to see what it looks like. I don't know why we loaded this up. Oh, I can make a sandwich. All I've got is potato. The thing with the helicopters is there's not really much to do with the helicopters. If we had a mission set up, then it wouldn't be too bad. I'm half tempted to go for a walk. It's a bit of a pain in the arse live streaming walking though. Yeah, our internet died for some reason. Could be quite fun walking randomly at night. Yeah, why not? Got quite a few nice forest paths. Yeah, well, you're not going to have anyone near you at night. That's what's nice. Still got the treadmill, yeah. It's a shame that my gym's not open till like 10 AM. It's like 10 AM to 10 PM. Yeah, in the UK, people, it's like 2 AM till 5 AM is normally pretty dead. Cause this like wall. I think this is to stop spectators standing here and watching the tracks on that part of the track. because they can't build catchment fence in there. It's not really the top of... It's not really part of the track where cars go flying, but... That'd be fun if you live near the Nordschleife. You can walk around it at night. It's illegal, but it's something you can do. You'd have to do it in secret, though. I wouldn't be able to make a video about it. I would get banned from Germany. Here we go. No Man's Sky is not really my sort of game. I'm not a big fan of procedurally generated stuff. Yeah, I think they probably just tell you to leave, to be honest. Yeah, generally though, if you're not a national of that country, you don't want to break laws in another country. Because then they'll just go, well, we're not letting you back in because you broke the law. I'm tempted to get Battlefield. The Saudis need some money, so... I kind of want to just get it for the sake of playing something different. Even though I think it's going to be terrible, part of me is like, oh, it's worth playing. It's worth getting it just for that. I don't have high expectations. But it's quite expensive though, even for the basic version. And I don't like subscribing to stuff. We should have bought the Jurassic Park. Instead of buying Mugello, I should have bought the Orbex Jurassic Park Archipelago DLC, and then we could have flown around that with the helicopter. Because I'm not going to drive Mugello in iRacing. I thought it was going to... I was like, oh, Mugello with the F4 car, that would be nice and fun, you know, sliding around the track a little bit. But, you know, it's high speed and it's a nice track. And I was just like... We did that one race and it was like, oh, no. This is just really dull. No. Mugello down to Jurassic Park, I know. SU7? Yeah, oh, Xiaomi's advertising in iRacing here. That's a new advertising board. So hang on, they've not updated the track, but they've updated the advertising. Because this is really... They haven't updated Nordschleife in this for ages, have they? Do you think they got paid? Or do you think they have to? Maybe it's a license agreement that they might have to. They might have to match the ads around the track as part of the licensing. then maybe they could do. There's a lot of waiting in this. Yeah, they should have a... Hopefully they'll be showing off like a new thing at the expo. I don't know what they've got planned, but yeah. How long before Saudis buy iRacing? Oh, hello, BS Sim Racing. Yeah, I would. I'd just keep pressing the button.
Wait.
Hello, Timota. Hopefully we should have some stuff at the expo. Get some content. Do a tour. Do some content. Get COVID and be dead for a week. That's how expo normally works.
Can't hear you.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap my face in bandages. One awkward interview with a Frau. I hope we can find like a good techno club outside of Sim Racing Expo. It's annoying. None of my German friends live anywhere near that area. We need an expo in Berlin, or like I know some people in Holland that are close-ish to the to Sim Formula Expo, but.
One lap to green. Line up on the left side. Closed. Pit road is closed.
Dan Suzuki loves iRacing.
The estimated SOF is 1,834.
Has he gone off it? Is he the only other person being honest about iRacing?
Just a suggestion, but single file is the way to go. Save a whole lot of murder.
5 cars left to grid.
Oh yeah, is it the new Simucube?
Guys, I showed her my gamer muscle and now she won't respond. What do I do?
Oh, don't show her that.
Back?
You can't imagine going to one of these expos. Maybe they'll do one in Australia one day. Crocodile Racing Expo.
Are we single filing, guys?
Let's go triple file. Quadruple file.
3 wide.
10 file. Can we fit the whole grid around the first corner?
I'm gonna see my way out of that.
Peter, move.
Get ready, going green. Catch up, 13. Car.
White.
The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. Left side. Keep to the right. Keep to the right. Clear.
Not quite sure what this start is, but what's his green car doing? Every time I play this game, I see new bizarre things.
You're gonna be patient, Mark. You're gonna fuck it up. Oh, break, break, break!
It's 5 gears the maximum.
Left side. Still there. Clear. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear. Right side. Clear. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
0x there. Sorry for the contact. I think that was netcode. Weird.
Way too slow. Peter, you're blocking everybody's back.
You suck, man.
Do you think we can catch up with the top guys? I really need a cup of tea.
Stop in traffic for no reason.
Why do Sims feel dirty windscreens? They have super clean wind mirrors. Because the drivers, clean the wind mirrors.
Right side. Still there. Clear. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Keep to the right.
It's just a field of view.
Still there.
The field of view is what makes elevation look more or less.
Still there. Clear. Right side. Still there.
Can't be, I just drove into the wall.
Clear on the right.
I don't know what they're doing. That was weird. Row your skippy gently round the track. Oh no. Oh well. That's pretty funny to lose 97. Oh well. That's why you need to not care about iRating. You know you've done so much iRating when you don't give a shit about 100 iRating. In the past, that would have made me go, and I'm just like, oh, fuck. That's when you've been. That's how you know you've been traumatized by iRacing and iRating. You're just like, well, yeah. Thing is, once you've managed to get X amount of iRating, you know that it's based on just hot lapping, right, and just lap pace. So you know that if you
have about 5 laps of fuel left.
You know that if you can lap XYZ track at whatever pace, you know that you could, if you wanted to, you could get the iRating back, because it doesn't actually represent your skill, even though I think a lot of iRacers think it does represent skill. It's really not related to it at all. You say water finds its own level, not when it's frozen. Not when it's being driven into by the Titanic.
The car in front gone off.
Oh, look at this, might get a podium, that's nice. Oh, he's lost his wheels crunched. Nice stance you've got going there. Your wheel seems to be through the floor.
Left side.
His wheel's in the
Keep
floor.
to the right. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
This isn't the car with the
Car
broken
right.
wheel on our right, is it?
Clear. Left side. Stay on the right.
It is. Why is he redrafting?
Stay on the right. Clear. You've got 2 laps to go.
When it's frozen, it's not water. Well, it's frozen water.
You're now in 3rd.
It's still water. Is it still water if it's frozen? Like, what's water called when it's in a gaseous form? Still water, right? It's still H2O, right? Doesn't change, it's just different temperature and pressure. Yeah, still water. Still hydrogen and 2 oxygen. Or 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. I can never remember. It's frozen. It's actually called iRacing's time model. It makes sense. I always wondered why I didn't need to drink water when I played this. And there's this cold breeze coming off my game. So yeah, as I was saying earlier, I was watching videos of Windows 95 computers booting, And I was just thinking, right, how nice were Windows computers, like Windows 95 with your CRT and your plastic monitor, plastic speakers.
Hold on.
And it was really nice, wasn't it? Like, you boot your computer up, it's an Energy Star, and then you'd load up Command and Conquer or Doom 95, and maybe you go on the internet and there'd be a forum, but you might not be on the internet. But where's the car behind gone? Be nice and peaceful. I was just thinking, the 90s and early 2000s were just kind of a bit more peaceful. Like, I think the internet is terrible. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the 90s were actually pretty awful
The pace car is
politically.
out of control.
Like, politically, the fall of the Soviet Union is pretty crazy, right? I'm not making arguments for pro or against the Soviet Union or whatever, but like, that's quite politically mental, the collapse of a giant nation. And everything that was happening behind the scenes then is crazy. And then also just the Serb-Croat war, and then the Tutsis and the Hutu, I can't say the name of them, the genocides that were going on in Africa and stuff, was mental, right? So the thing is, it was the Gulf War. Yeah, it was terrible and mental. And then also the Afghan war, the tail end of the Afghan war from the Russian-Afghan war. Anyway, it's terrible and awful, but it was just like, it's the internet is constantly bombarding you with stuff that you can't act on, which is a really big problem, I think. Because even though things were bad in the past, and obviously things were happening, and you know, there'd still be like political tension, if you wanted to, you could just not pick up a magazine or a newspaper, right? If you didn't want to engage with it and you wanted a break from it, you could just not engage with it, right? Whereas now it's borderline impossible. Like, you will like, if you've got a mobile phone, there's pretty much no way to avoid being bombarded with stuff. Yeah, apartheid in Africa. Yeah, exactly, South Africa, and so. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, there's having a general awareness, which is good. It's not
The
even.
pace car is out of control.
It's not even about your phone. This is the thing. The papers and stuff are bad as well. So this is the thing, like, if you were in your home on your Windows 95 PC, even if you went on the internet, there might be forums with specific information, but you'd have to seek it out, right? So you'd be like, oh, I wonder what's happening here, and you'd have to find it out yourself, right? Whereas now, you'll have like people competing for spamming you with shit that you don't need. That's the difference. In the past, it would be, oh, I want to think and investigate what's happening in South Africa, or I want to research what's happening with the Gulf War, or I want to know what's happening here. So I'll look for information on it, and then I'll check some different sources. Great, right? Whereas now, you are bombarded with stuff you're not even looking for. Pay attention to this, pay attention to this, pay attention to this. In the past, it was like that, but only really on TV, I think. Like the news, yeah, like the news TV would bombard you with the news every, like, day. But other than the TV and newspapers, you could choose not to buy newspapers, right? And you could choose not to put the TV on. The thing with the phone and the internet is, like for me, like I work on the internet, it's almost impossible for me not to be confronted by this shit. Like, even I've unsubscribed to everything. I don't really. I read books. And it's affected how you play games as well. Back when you would play games, so let's take Half-Life 1, where you still have the internet, but you'd be like, right, I'm playing the game, and you might have a friend or two or three friends that you talk about the game with, but you'd have a session on the game by yourself, and if you got stuck, you'd be like, oh shit, I got stuck, and you might Google or get a magazine. And that's just such a... I was just thinking the other day how much more relaxing that is. Like, even if you've got letters and stuff, like now it's like you're waiting for emails and things and people contacting you and then they message you. And for me, it's really positive stuff. It's always good stuff because I'm very lucky. But like in the past, it would be, well, the post arrived. It's not coming till tomorrow or the day after or after the weekend, so we're not having any communication with anyone. There might be a phone call if it's really important. So I just think you have to ask yourself, humans are you're choosing how to live life, right? Why would you choose something that's like stressful? Like you don't need it. I don't think people realise that they are going to die. This keeps coming back in my mind, right? I don't think people realise how optional so much stuff is, and how man-made all these things are, and how pointless so much stuff is. And it's all a choice. And I think people don't really think of life in terms of, oh, I might have 10, 15 years and that's it, I'm dead. When they really should be. It's like, okay, if you're lucky you live to like 70, but generally speaking, it's quite likely that you and people you know are going to die in the next 10 years. So just, why do you have time for bollocks? Do you know what I mean? Like, why do people have time for it? Well, the reason why I do what I do is because I've worked this out in my 20s. I was like, nope, I'm checking out of this. I ain't doing this. So I'm not doing it. I'm not taking part in this. I worked that out when I was like 20. Maybe like 16 actually. I was like, what on earth is going on? So I'm not doing any of this. I didn't think I was going to get to 35, 40. From the age of 12, I thought I was only going to live to like 30. Well, you should act as if you only have 10 years. Yeah, I think it's a healthy thing to do. Be really appreciative of the limited amount of time you've got. To be fair, like a friend of mine died when I was pretty young, so I think that kind of reframes your perspective on things a bit. So that's probably like a... But it's good. I mean, that's the one positive, isn't it? It's like being aware of that. I think it's a good... I think people should be. I don't think they are, though. Hell no. Yeah, it didn't seem... It wasn't because I thought it was old. I think I've just always been a bit of a pessimist. Yeah. I always thought... I think because I'd watched loads of news, like I used to watch ITN News and all World at War and stuff, and I always thought like nuclear Armageddon was going to happen. Every time a plane flew over my house at night, I thought we were being bombed. So, I do what you know. Also, see, do you remember Terminator 2 where she gets blown up by the in front of the fence? For some, that always like really stuck with me when I was a kid. I don't think I should have watched. I must have been like 12 when I watched Terminator 2, which is too young to watch that film. It's a pretty gruesome film. Sam thought, well, that's good. I'm glad you're miserable. You're slowly turning British. Are you drinking more tea? Has your hair fallen out? It's the main thing.
The pace car is out of control.
What my driver view setting? It's just locked to horizon. I don't know what my settings are, but it's mostly just full neck filter. Thanks for subscribing. We're doing all right here. We learnt this. We had to drive into 3 walls, and then we're pretty good. Yeah, just shave your head. I actually saw an advert for a double shaver
Gabriel, really?
where you can just do this on your head, which is what I'm already doing with my razor, but it'll be twice as fast.
Why you so cheap?
Oh, I'm not saying to fear death. That's a different thing. It's not about fear. It's about being realistic. Yeah, I'm not saying to worry about it. I'm saying don't act as if you live forever.
Thank you for giving me 2x.
Yeah, there's no point worrying about it. It's just
You hit me, bro.
it's like worrying about running out of tea bags. There's no point worrying about running out of tea bags, but you should, if your tea bag supply is getting low, you should keep it in mind so you buy more tea. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's not a fear of death. That's the wrong thing. I'm not saying to be fearful of death. I'm saying be aware of reality.
The pace car is out of control.
It's like iRacing. Every time you load into an iRacing lobby, you're probably going to get punted. You need to be aware of that. There's plenty of people that will drive you off the track.
You've got about 2
Half
laps
of
of
them-
fuel left.
Most of them not intentionally. Most of them is just through a lack of basic skill and apparently not knowing what a brake
The
pedal
pace
is.
car is out of control.
Thanks for following, guys. Oh, 1X almost had a perfect race there. Yeah, most people get fast when they watch this. Well, anyone that wants to minimise regrets should not be watching this live stream. There's a lot of things you can be doing with your time that are better than this. You know, I would regret every minute of my life spent watching this live stream. Yeah, well, I mean, what else could I be doing right now? I'm playing iRacing on a 55-inch 4K OLED screen with a 21 Nm direct drive wheel and haptic pedals and motion and tactile transducers. There's not much else I can be doing. I think I've kind of maximised what you could be doing in your own house at any point in time. You know, I wouldn't mind fishing right now. Oh no, these guys are going to draft past me.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, I should have slowed
All
down.
right.
This is an absolute scam.
Still there, hold your line.
Yeah, there's not much else I can be doing.
Clear on the right. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Clear on the left.
Oh, fair play to him. It was a good overtake. Nice overtake. Well done. Bloody drafting this
All right,
car.
there's the checkered flag.
Absolutely scammed there.
Nice run. Solid work.
Draft scam.
Good race. Thank you, John. Take those to this car, brother.
The drafting in this car's
for this car.
ridiculous.
Thank you so much.
Bloody hell. He was so far back.
Congrats, bro. Congrats.
How much draft does his car have? John's actually... John...
Okay, we could have just followed out on the rear end of it.
Dear. John's an inflatable balloon. We almost got this back. I tried. But we didn't need to brake as early as we did for the last corner. We got back up here. We could have broke later. We probably would have stayed next to him. But that's alright. Cucumbered. Does John know he sounds... John, no one can hear you. You sound like someone rubbing a balloon on the forehead. No, fear of death isn't...
Something wrong with your microphone.
Fear of death isn't nihilism. Nihilism is identifying that there's no...
How about when I turn it on?
There's no absolute point to stuff.
Good, brother. Right now I can hear you.
I was just saying, Mr. West, thank you for all your videos, your lighthearted humor. You put good shit out in the world. Keep it up. Thank you.
Ah, thank you. It's nice. Appreciate the sentient balloon. Compliments from a sentient balloon. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
I haven't had to unsubscribe yet.
Oh, you should do. I would. See, he was being...
I know you recommend it.
He was being nice to us, and all I could hear was a balloon. We might do another one of these later, but yeah, so good racing. Right.
Hey, do you know what simulators they use at the F1 bars? They just opened one in here in Denver.
Yeah, they use R Factor 2 with Visaro sim rigs and Moser steering wheels, and then D-Box for the motion, D-Box 5 motion. But it's a version of R Factor 2 that's been modified with the Formula car, and then they have two modes, one with assists on it, and then one with less assists. But it's just R Factor 2 with a mod car.
I went in last weekend to check it out. It just opened here in Denver, and I was going to go the week before, and I was jumping on races here, and then Max Verstappen jumped in my race for a couple of races. So I was like, F1 came to me. I didn't have to go to that.
Yeah, with the F1, they those places they'd set up for people to just drink. Really, they don't set them up very well. they often set them up really weird as well. But they're good for like casuals, like as a thing to go to have a little, you know, to watch Formula One and then have a drink and stuff.
Yeah, it looks kind of fun.
I've not been to the one. I just know the company that puts them together, but I've not been to the. There's one in London near St Paul's Cathedral. I think it's in near St Paul's Cathedral, but I've not been to it.
I live in Denver. I don't know London.
What state's is Denver a state? What's
It's the capital of Colorado, which is a state.
Isn't the Colorado River the one that goes through the Grand Canyon?
It is. It starts here, and then all the water goes from on one side of the mountain range to the east, and the other side down the Colorado River to California.
Goes through Las Vegas.
It tries to get to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I always wanted to go down the Colorado, not the whole thing, but just do a bit of it on a Grand Canyon kayak thing. It'd be good fun to do. But it takes like 2 weeks.
The Grand Canyon's one of those things that when your brain sees it for the first time, it doesn't understand what it's seeing.
It's like iRacing's like the Grand Canyon. My brain still doesn't understand it, and I've been looking at it for 10 plus years.
I'm just going on 2 years. I have a pie bakery here.
Yes, that's it, Star Fox. Yeah, glider. We did that with the power plane. Well, anyway, have fun. We'll do another race in a bit, I think. We can get a cup of tea. Yeah, that's the power of Microsoft Flight Sim. You know where all the rivers go. River knowledge. Right. What happened there? We got 4th place? I tell you what, a lot of people try to get satisfaction out of things rather than just being like, you don't need anything. Fart noise keyring. Well, live in a concrete box. Oh, what? Go live in Birmingham? That's just Birmingham, right? Yeah. Oh man, these guys are way faster than us. You have to carry a lot more speed through the corners. This guy didn't do one clean lap. Well, I need a cup of tea. Might get. Well, I don't know if I've got any food. I've got some bread that needs eating, but I don't have any. Don't have anything to put on it. It's like 2 hours until. What time's Tesco's open? Like 6 or 7. Look here, just check. Oh, 6. Only 2 hours. The problem is my fridge is broken still. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I could have my other non-meat burger in some bread. I'll put that on. We'll make a cup of tea, and then I can defrost my fridge again and see if it actually works. If we defrost it for like 2 days, but I think it's knackered. If I'm gonna have to buy a new bloody fridge freezer, really can't be bothered. I know, it's been terrible. It's been absolute tea desperation. Yeah, I don't want to spend £300. Like, the freezer works. It's just some stupid part of it, but you know. You can get a fridge freezer from Curry's for £240, £250. Amazing. Next day delivery as well. It's pretty crazy that you can get a fridge. That you can get a fridge freezer sent Oh, I want a fridge freezer, and you can have it next day. How crazy is the world? That never used to be the case, did it? Like in the olden days, there's no way you'd get a fridge freezer the next day. That's one of the benefits of living in 2025. Yeah, what happened to the internet's terrible, but what happened to fridge freezers is pretty good. So I mean, it's not all bad. Yeah, I guess you would buy a fridge and it'd last your whole life, whereas now the thermostat breaks. Candy fridge freezer in silver, £300. It seems like £300 is the kind of the price to pay these days for a good quality fridge freezer. This basic. You could get a Bush one for £180 for a super basic one. You want one with like anti-frost mode, really. That's what you really want. But then, why is a Bosch fridge freezer £750? Like, what on earth can it do that requires it to cost £750? Like, 3 times the price? Like, what's it doing? Like, is it like... Does it also have an oven in it or something? Oh, it's integrated. That's why. You're paying to get it integrated into your cabinets. Integration's always expensive. Right, it's candy fridge freezer. I mean, it's literally a condenser in an insulated box. The tech's not changed much. You watch YouTube more than TV? Condolences. I don't even watch TV. I don't watch YouTube either, really, unless it's like history stuff. You can't. I mean, I could do with a new washing machine as well. Here we go. The Bush ME55161B freestanding fridge in black. This looks pretty good. See, the thing is, they're all the same design. It's a condenser, and then they hide the coils in the side of the fridges, which means you can't really service it that easily. Fridge Master. Fridge Master. What's the best fridge brand, guys? If you were like, right, I need to get the best fridge. I want to make sure I'm getting the best fridge possible. I don't know. I don't trust Samsung. What about Beko fridges? This one has 5 freezer drawers. Bloody hell. On the limit. £408. Frost-free technology. That's what you need, guys. You want frost-free technology, which it must just literally melt it. Like it's always going to do is heat up and cool down with some kind of sensor, but they make out it's like some genius, amazing contraption, but you know it's something really dumb. You have a Beko. What about a Hoover? What about a Hoover fridge? My food keeps disappearing. Oh god, my food's gone again. I keep putting my food in my Hoover. Where's my food gone? What you do? Put it in the Hoover. Put it in the Hoover. Oh no. My orange has got in the Hoover. I mean, this Hoover fridge looks alright, actually. £329 from Argos. Home delivery. £20 to have them pick up your old fridge. Bloody 300. What's that? £350 all in. I quite like a Hoover fridge. I like the idea of having a fridge that's a Hoover fridge. Does it have frost-free technology? Low frost technology. Well, that's not good enough, I'm afraid. Oh, Russell Hobbs do a little mini freezer. Little mini fridge freezer. Oh, that's well good. £240. Basically, it's the price of a condenser, isn't it? That's what you're paying for. Should we do one more one more Skippy race here? 8 minutes. I'll get my cup of tea and put stuff on. I'll be back in a second. Hello, OC Racing. Go to bed. I woke up. I ate an orange yesterday at like 4 p.m. and got food poisoning from it, and then so I ended up going to sleep and then waking up early. I almost threw up on my live stream. I was feeling well rough. Yeah, that's why we're up now at this time. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to put some stuff in my air fryer. Guys, check out OC Racing. He's a filthy sim racer. He's coming to Sim Racing Expo. He's travelling by. He's refurbished a Concorde, and he's coming over from Canada. What a guy! He's going to come to Europe. He's going to be confused. Everyone's going to be speaking in weird language he doesn't understand. Right, I'll be back in a minute. hello. How's it going, guys? Ugh.
The pace car is out of control.
Rojo. Hang on. OC Sim Racing, is he Brazilian? I thought he was Canadian. Have I been scammed? Oh, I don't trust these people. You can't trust people on the internet. They're the worst. These people on the internet are terrible. I put a veggie burger in the air fryer, and then we've got a yeah. I've also met him, but I thought he was Canadian. He scammed me. I just assume people are Canadian. Think of how self-absorbed streamers are. I know they're the worst. They just always need attention, don't they? Absolute attention seekers. I think I'm probably the most self-absorbed. I'm like a sponge. Self-absorbent. I was just thinking it'd be awesome to go kayaking up my river now, but yeah, it's generally a terrible idea to go kayaking at 4 in the morning and it's quite cold outside, so if I fell in the river I'd probably die. Not a good idea. Well, you know, New Zealand, Australia, they're basically the same place, aren't they, really? They're both upside down. Basically the same. Come on, can't be too I like how New Zealand is further away from the ShamWow of streamers, yeah. New Zealand is, hang on, it's the same distance from like Australia as like probably Eastern Germany from the UK. Let's see, hang on. Right. I might be a bit. Oh no, yeah, it's like it's the same distance from Australia as like Greece is from the UK. Right, if we go from Melbourne to New Zealand, directions from here. Oh shit! How do we measure? Measure distance. Measure distance. Clear measurement. Right, it's 2,000 kilometres from Melbourne to Queensland, right? Which is basically the same distance from London to Turkey. hang on. Right, clear, right, clear. London, measure distance from London to... I think London to Rome is about the same distance. Let's see. What? No, I was right. London to... Basically, yeah, London to Greece is the same distance as Melbourne to New Zealand. So yeah, like in between London and Greece, France, Switzerland, Austria, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Albania. I mean, you can literally get from London to Lviv. Like Ukraine is closer. Kiev is closer. Minsk, Lithuania, Latvia. Moscow's another 500. Oslo's half the distance. Yeah. We could actually get to Morocco. Morocco is closer to London than Melbourne is to Queenstown. That's pretty funny. And what about if we were to go from, let's say, Perth? Well, what's the capital of Australia? Is Melbourne the capital? No. Sydney. What am I saying? Where's Sydney? Okay, Sydney's a little bit further.
Ah, Mr. West, we meet again.
Oh, no. Right, Perth, from directions to here. 16,000 kilometres from London to Perth.
Is it just me, or is this car like super oversteery?
Hello?
Just you.
Make sure you straighten the steering up when you get on the brake, and then it's okay. You just have to make sure the steering's straight when you're braking, basically.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I'll have a sip of tea before you get on the brake.
You used to race it like a year or two ago.
Make sure you put the car in reverse gear at the start. So it gives you a speed boost.
Oh, yeah?
All the best drivers do that. These buttons feel nice.
R stands for race mode, right?
Stands for radical, really racy time.
Manual voice is so muscular.
I know, it's proper muscle voice.
There's a lot of potatoes in here, mate. You better be careful.
It's a pomtacular.
I think that's just every Nuremberg race is a lot of potatoes.
I like a potato.
Just race cars all the time.
Are you guys in Australia?
No, there's a couple of I'm in New Zealand. There's a couple of guys in the US that are on today. I think 3 or 4.
I am in Florida. Good race, everyone.
We were just measuring Melbourne to New Zealand and saying that it's the same distance from London to Greece.
Aldi's fast asleep, so I should phone him and wake him up so he can race with us.
How far is Japan from Sydney? Let's measure distance from here.
You guys are going to give me a great big wide area.
7,000. That's like 8-hour flight.
If you could get way out in front of me, that would probably be best.
Potato Nation.
If I remember correctly, these cars are like super draft dependent, right?
Yeah, they're basically boats. Alright, that was exciting. My burger's finished. We could eat it. Oh, well. You can hear the beeping from my air fryer. Beep, beep. It's a very loud beep. The potato. Oh, guys. Oh, I feel super weird today. What should we get from Tesco's? Might get some non-alcoholic beer. That'd be nice. I like this time of day though, to be honest. I much prefer like 3 to 9 a.m. is a nice time of day. It's nice and peaceful. It's the best time of day. Like later in the day is too noisy.
$5 if James West doesn't make it past the first lap without crashing.
I'll make sure I crash into everyone. I'm taking everyone with me.
1 lap to green. Line up on the left side. Pit road is closed right now.
I came fourth.
The estimated
in the last
SOF
one.
is 2,153.
Blind luck.
Keep it clean. A DNF today would hurt our
You didn't
points
have a
lot.
Mark Roberts in your race last time.
Oh.
James, are you going to Dortmund this year?
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Yeah, we're all booked. We're all booked up. Should be good. I'll be there on Thursday till Monday. Because of the flights. Flights from London Gatwick are rubbish. You can't.
Same here. I'll be there. I'm flying all the way from the US.
Ah, nice. Yeah, they're not doing direct flights to Dortmund anymore from London. So you have to go to Dusseldorf. We can take over the trains. Sim Race is taking over the German trains.
I mean, in reality, we probably will be.
Yeah, most people will be coming into Dusseldorf. It's the only real airport, biggest airport that's near. International people probably get to Frankfurt maybe, and then drive up.
And Mike, do you want to go single file here? I agree with that. It's a little too hectic off the start here.
Single file herd.
Get ready. Going green.
Colby, come ahead of me.
Mike is trying to take third place.
That?
The pace car is in.
Thank you.
Green, green, green.
It's weird that there was less people in the last one. There's more people in this one. It's really funny when you're on German trains as like a UK person, and how like Germans are really quiet, and the British people are so noisy compared to German. Like German trains are just really quiet, whereas English people are noisy compared to Germans. It's really weird actually how like quiet German trains are. Like you don't even need a quiet carriage. People are so noisy on British trains.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line.
Oh shit!
Clear. Left side.
I'm like,
Still there, hold your line.
Man, I
Still
just
there.
can't get this car figured out.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. You've got wheel damage.
well, that was good. I lifted and then the back came out. Guys,
Looks like your car is towed. You'll need a tow back to pit lane.
It's so
Press and hold the reset button and we'll come and get you.
It's
You cut the
so
cord,
finicky.
you've got to slow down and give up that time.
It's so ridiculous, isn't it?
Just
Like,
trying to survive and get my participation.
We can repair
point.
most of the damage.
it's the bump. That bump
Hey,
just.
fair enough.
That bump just pushes the tyres over the limit. And then then there's no way to get them back.
That's what I'm doing too.
It's like I even slowed down. I'm off the throttle, but then I'm trying to get back on the throttle to stop the spin. It's just that
I
bump
did not
pushes
think
the
I was that close
tyres
to my
over
bad.
the limit, doesn't it? Like it shouldn't really.
On the other hand, this is my open wheel, so I don't really care about the parts. Google Pets.
That's the hardest corner, dude.
Boys, are you out on the date or are you racing cars? I'm confused here.
Well, no, they're not on that line, are they? They're
Oh, we're
broke
actually
more.
making out in cockpit.
They're just they're just preemptively braking more. I'm
No,
trying to.
Actually, I don't.
The mistake I'm making is assuming that the tyres will behave like tyres. Or like, you know, see this here? It's just they keep going. You've counter steered it, and there's nothing. It's really dumb. You just have to know You just have to know at this point here. You have to know that you can't. You have to slow down more preemptively. You just can't drive it as it happens. No, it wouldn't happen like this at all in real life. The car in real life, if you slide like this and you counter steer, you would just make the corner. So it wouldn't get stuck in oversteer like that. It's just not at all what a real car would do. Right, these tyres are terrible. It's yeah, you just have to slow down more preemptively. You just have to know. It's because we tried to like this initial turn in as well. Yeah, not like this, right? I'm just gonna, John, you get a timeout for talking bollocks. No, they don't. You have a timeout. Stop defending iRacing's terrible physics. You can have a 1 minute timeout. Oh no, I've broken this. It's ridiculous. This is road tyres. You've been brainwashed. These are road tyres on this car, and we're not caning it. It's like, what would happen in a real car? You would feel the slip and you would counter steer well before the slip would be that much of a problem. It'd only be if you were really pushing it like a lunatic that you would end up sliding off the road like this in a real car. This is just not how real cars behave unless you're really pushing them. But unfortunately, like, go and drive this car in R Factor 2, in Assetto Corsa, in Automobilista 1, play Richard Burns Rally, drive any other simulator that doesn't have these severe physics issues, and you'll see that it takes, you know, it's just nothing like that. But it is what it is. You just have to know in iRacing, you just have to be like, right, well, I need to have, you need to straighten up when you brake and then turn, and then what it is, the problem here is that I'm braking whilst the steering's turned. So what happens is it warms the rear tyres up. So rather than it taking the speed off and actually going to the corner properly and the weight going to the front, what's really happening is the rears are warming up, right? So this is why if I'd straightened the steering up and then got on the brake and then turned left again, we would have made the corner perfectly fine, right? You don't need to do that in a real car. You would just brake. So the issue here is that I've come off, I've lifted with the steering turned. If I'd lifted with the steering wheel straight, it probably would have been all right, because it's all about the tyre temperature rather than the actual slip through the corner. That's what you have to really understand with iRacing. It's not about the actual slip curve of the tyre. It's dealing with the way the tyres behave from temperature more than the actual, you know, like it's just bizarre. Like you just have to know that beforehand. Like I've been playing Race Room recently, so we have to just go back to iRacing mode. Yeah, the cold tyres magnify that behaviour that iRacing has. But yeah, so the two things you can do here is you basically have to, if you're on this line, you have to brake more in iRacing to make the corner. And if you go in this hot, you have to actually turn out of the corner sooner before the rear starts sliding out here. You actually have to turn out of the corner rather, because the slip isn't going to slow the car down at all, because you can't actually hold the slip. You can see the rear just keeps going, and then obviously run out of track. So that's the unnatural part of it, is that if this was a real car, you could probably brake a little bit, or the oversteer would probably slow the car down a bit, especially with the counter steer. It would probably slow the vehicle down, which would then tighten the radius through the corner, unless you're really going crazy. But in iRacing, it's going to go regardless, doesn't matter what you do. So you have to either have beforehand slowed down more, or when you're already at this point, I should have actually unwound out of the corner to not have the rear step out as much, to then intentionally drive myself off the corner, because that would be more controlled than allowing the rear to step out as far as it did. It would have been better to actually drive off to the right. and that's why it's so counterintuitive. If this was the exact same situation in AC1, you could have probably turned more to induce more oversteer to then do counter steer to slow it down more, or you could have got on the brake and then balanced that on the brake. The same with like most stuff, Richard Burns Rally, Automobilista 1. You would have had more options. If you get on the brake here in iRacing, it would have induced more oversteer because the rear's off. And to be fair, like sometimes with lots of cars, getting on the throttle more will keep the balance forwards. So sometimes throttling more, but getting on so this is the other thing with iRacing. Everything leads to more oversteer because nothing brings the tyres back. So if you brake, it takes more grip off the rear. If you accelerate, it takes more grip off the rear. If you turn into the corner, it takes more grip off it. Anything that would induce oversteer would remove grip, and the grip doesn't come back. Whereas in other sims, there's stuff you can do that potentially brings grip back to the rear or allows the rear to come back sooner. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've only got 3,000 hours in iRacing and play all the sims, so. I wonder if it is the bump, though, that actually is what initially causes the tyres to go over the limit as well. It's not even the turning; it's the bump. That's the other component of it. It's not even the initial slip; it's the bump that forces the tyres over the limit. That's the thing that's really stupid. It's not even the. So you'd be, in a sense, you'd be like, oh, maybe it's the slip. The initial slip, or just that, you're just sliding off the track, and that's the issue. That's what it is. You've just gone too fast into the corner, and it's the slip. But actually, it can be that the suspension, when it bottoms out, it pushes the tyre over the limit, which is not necessarily unrealistic. If your suspension's too stiff, or you go over a big bump, that can force a tyre to, like, you're pushing it right over potentially. Or it can be quite abrupt. It's an abrupt force on the tyre, so it can do crazy stuff, right? That's fine. Like a bump can lift the back off and stuff, right? Fine. But the grip still returns quickly with a real tyre. However, in iRacing, the grip does not return. So a bump like this, that bump has turned the tyres off, right? Whereas in the more likely thing to happen with the real car, if you go over a bump that's caused the tyres to go over the limit, that's why you see onboards of drivers doing snap counter steers. Because that's what's happening. The tyres have gone over the limit momentarily, so the driver quickly does that and it comes back immediately. Because tyres re-grip quickly. They don't just stay over the limit normally in most operation. So it's probably the bump, to be honest, more than even this. So that makes it even more confusing on top of all those other points I've said. And then this is the thing, right? People defend it. Like, it's fine, it's a fun game. I enjoy playing iRacing, but 90% of the time that you have an accident in iRacing is because of it being really stupid. It's not how cars drive. If you're someone that's reasonably good at sim racing, 90% of your spins are because you just haven't memorised the specific car track and binary fail conditions. Oh dear. Anyway, I'll get my sandwich. And you could post this on Reddit, right? This clip, right? And they'll go, cold tyres. You went into the corner too fast. And then there's nothing that you could say to your sort of probably good 50-60% of iRacers. There's nothing you could say that would change their mind. Even though I just broke down exactly what the issue is, it wouldn't matter. And even though you could show them real world examples, they would cherry pick the occasional real world examples where people have run wide, normally from massively overdriving. And even if you showed them in other simulators, they'd go, well, those simulators are arcade or something. There's nothing you could do. Nothing. There's no way to like... And as a result, iRacing will never change unless someone in iRacing decides that actually we probably should make the sim more realistic. So there you go. That's that story. Did you enjoy that story? I like that one. I like telling that story at least 10 times a week. Well, that's it. I have a pretty bad memory as well. And then that's minus 100 I rating for something that's really not... We didn't really do anything wrong. From an iRacing sense, we did, which is fine. But from a driving perspective, we didn't really do anything wrong there. so that's why iRating does not relate to your actual skill. You know, if you're someone that can drift and stuff, yeah, Alright, let me get my sandwich, guys. I'll be back in a minute. No point. Well, iRacing know, don't they? They're happy with lying. Really. They are happy to tell in their marketing material it's the most realistic when it's patently not. They're happy to lie. Do you know any other Americans that are happy to just bold-faced lie about things? Because I can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, not that it is, obviously, I'm not having a go at Americans, but everyone does it in all countries. It's not a nationalist thing. But I would feel bad if I was a game developer. I would feel bad if I was just lying about my game. I'd be happy saying it's realistic. We're trying our best. Or that we, I'd be happy saying the stuff that's true. I wouldn't be happy just outright lying. Every politician everywhere. Yeah, it would. It would behave exactly the same in real life. Yeah. Only it wouldn't. But I'm not sure what to do now. I don't really feel like playing iRacing. I agree, Loose Will. I think it does make it fun. It's kind of, yeah. Playing a game against tryhards and people does add to the entertainment value for sure. I guess if if you don't know any better, it kind of adds to it does make it more, you'll be like, I crashed, it's because of the game, it's not because of the game, it's because I'm a bad driver, and that helps you get immersed in the idea of the realism of it and everything, makes it feel like it's better value for money, I don't think there's anyone on Race Room right now. Let's have a look. No, I don't think Big Screen Beyond want me to look at it. I've been pretty critical about VR headsets, so to be honest, I wouldn't recommend getting one at this point in time anyway. If I was going to recommend, I'd get like a Quest 3 for cheap. It's probably the best thing to do for VR at this point in time, because all the other headsets kind of just feel like beta versions, or like normally flawed in pretty significant ways, but cost a lot of money. Like, if you're the type of person that's going to spend £1,000 on a VR headset, you're probably the type of person that doesn't want to spend loads of time dicking around with things, right? You probably you want good quality and you want it to be light and be nice and everything, but you probably want to actually, you know, if you've got enough disposable income to spend £1,000 on a VR headset, you probably don't have a huge amount of free time, right? Or you probably value things working as opposed to you dicking around with them. And the problem with a lot of these VR headsets, they tend not to work perfectly. Oh, there's people on here. But I don't want to do that track. But, hello, filing account. Yeah, well, this is the thing. I've got a Pimax 5K. I've got Quest 3, got Valve Index. I bought them. And the thing is, I mean, the Valve Index was alright, and I think the Quest 3 is okay, but every other headset I've used, they tend to just have problems, like loads of random problems, to the point where it's interesting to try, but realistically, it's not what I would call a polished consumer product. I think the Quest 3 kind of is. Especially when you're using it standalone. But so the other thing is the big screen beyond, it doesn't have a very big sweet spot. Or should I say the eye box, where the position, you have to have your eyes positioned really well for it to then for the lenses to work well, which can be quite problematic if you have the headset slightly off center, or it's slightly moved, or you don't put it on just right, or you have to take the headset off and then put it back on, you know, which you tend to have to do with VR headsets. Also, I think that's why there's quite a lot, if you look online, there's quite a lot of people going, the left eye is blurry or the right eye is blurry or whatever. I think it's because if they don't line up well, then that you have those problems. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. A lot of the YouTube reviewers as well, what they do is they'll use a VR headset for like 10 hours, 15 hours, and they'll be like, oh, this is awesome, but they don't use it for like 200 hours, right? And that's when you start to really notice the day-to-day annoyances with devices that make you then not want to use them. So, and that's when subtle software stuff with like a Pimax or something, with it ends up being super annoying. I mean, it's annoying enough with like the Quest 3, and as I say, the Quest 3 and the Valve Index are not that bad on the software side, but even those are quite annoying. And then Pimax was particularly bad last time I used it. It's not really about the bad fitting. It's the fact that you can have a bad fitting in the first place. Like, imagine like buying glasses, just normal glasses. You shouldn't have to scan your face for normal glasses, for normal shades to work, right? I'm not saying it's an easy problem to solve for these companies, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you buy glasses, it's like, oh, right, okay, I need the right size glasses, but you shouldn't have to scan your face with a 3D scanner, and if it's slightly off, it's not going to work properly, right? The device itself needs to be more accommodating, because for sure you're not going to get the device on your face perfectly all the time. That's the thing. And that's the fundamental problem. Yeah, they do fit them, but it's not to the same degree, and they still like if you buy some shades from a pound shop, right? You know what I'm saying. I know it depends. It depends on the quality of the lenses and what your eyesight is and stuff, for sure. But the difference with like VR is you're not talking. The lenses are like designed around people that have good eyesight. But as I say, it's more to do with the position of it rather than the actual lens focus and stuff and all that stuff. So if you're having to get the tolerance right just for the position to be right, then you probably need a lens. Like the Quest 3 lenses are pretty accommodating. Well, I have good eyesight. I don't know what to do, guys. We could do some flug sim. Yeah, the form factor is nice, but yeah. Well, we could try some DCS. Let's install DCS. Install. This could be interesting. How much does all the DLC for DCS cost? I bet this is well expensive. $15.51. How is it so expensive? $5. Bloody hell. They've really milked DCS, haven't they? Bloody hell, it just keeps coming. It never stops. They just realised with DCS they can just keep adding planes to it and people keep buying them. How much is it? What? How much? Can you find out how much it costs if you wanted to buy all the DLC? I can't even select it all. I won't let you. Can't just select it all. They have planes in this that are £63. We were just looking at DCS. I was installing DCS, but it's taking a long time. Don't even know what it's doing. It just says transferring. Don't know what it's transferring it from. Oh yeah, we can check out the last version of Evo actually. The non-beta version. Oh yeah, it's taken us out of the beta. That's now the only version. Well, I'm worried if I do the glider fly and I'll get motion sick. Ow. Why's my neck getting stuck? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's 0.3.3. Let's see. Hello. Are we loading? It just crashed? No? Okay. You know this texture streaming thing that modern games do? I find it always makes stuff... Oh, there you go. Why does it take so long? It's really weird. How does this compare to iRacing? That's the... Just turn this down. Yeah, you see, it's the same problem that ACC has. No balance slip. Isn't it weird? I wonder if they'll ever fix it in this. Yeah, no, they are still. It's still in early access, but no way Marco's going to talk to us at Sim Racing Expo. I'm sure he hates us, but the thing is, Kunos thought ACC was fine, so you know. It's all very well. Also, James Baldwin is like the least critical person ever, because I don't think he can be, because he wants to be a real race driver, you know. I don't know why, like, his review stuff is utterly pointless. Like, he doesn't say anything. He should just stick to driving cars quickly and, yeah, like, being a good race driver. Because he doesn't say anything, like, because he can't. I don't think he can, because it would. If he was to be like honest, directly honest, you know, it would reflect really badly on him. So, I don't know why people like that pretend to do review videos. Like, you know, because he can't say stuff. If James Baldwin said, "Oh, guys, I think the physics in this are really off. Like, this is massively off," everyone would go mental. Like, you look at like when Morad has said, "Oh, I think this is off." He just got attacked by shitloads of people. So if you do real race driving, you can't be honest, because it'll just. Well, look when I say stuff and I'm an idiot. So if you're someone that's considered not an idiot and you say something direct, it's just not politically worth it. Tay, you're banned for being an idiot. So, right, ban you. Time out, 24 hours, goodbye. God damn, I hate these people that can't be critical. If you... Bloody hell. Fanboys of Sims. If you can't take critical comments, you're the type of people that ruin sim racing, because you can't accept really obvious flaws in your video games. It's insane. Yeah, well, so that's what people will want. They want the real world race driver to say, "Oh, you know, it's really quite good," you know, and then they'll latch onto it. He's not really critical at all, because he can't be. If he said, right, if a real race driver, someone that's trying to have a career in motorsport, says, "Guys, like, if they would genuinely, unless they've already like unless they're already like a Formula 1 driver or something, if they say, yeah, iRacing's time model doesn't let you drive properly at the limit," then also the problem is like their words carry so much weight. Loads of people will just listen to them without even trying the game for themselves. You know? So they have to be overly cautious as well, because a lot of people just don't think for themselves and they will just regurgitate what that person said. Yeah, he's just been political. He won't say anything direct, because he knows if he says, yeah, the real car is actually way more drivable at the limit and it's way more balanced, and you know, he knows that people will, you know, people will be like, "Oh no, James Baldwin said that this is terrible, and James Baldwin's negative," you know, so he can't actually say what he's thinking, right? Also, if you're an esports driver, you're contractually obliged not to be negative about certain games. You're not allowed to. So you would be aware that it would be very hypocritical for you to be critical of one game and not another game, right? So you would then be aware that, oh, hang on a minute, people will notice that I'm saying critical stuff about this one game that I'm not contractually obliged to not be critical about, but I'm not being critical about this other one. Like, if you do esports or you do real sports, you're not allowed to bring the thing into disrepute. Like, you could get sued. So, for example, let's say you were doing I don't know, could be iRacing, Evo, AC, whatever, doesn't matter. If you were doing an esports thing with prizes, it's very common, if not normal, that you are not allowed to say negative things about that game, right? So let's say you've done esports in one game but not another game, and then you start reviewing titles and you go, yeah, this title has really low quality physics in XYZ way. Someone would go, well, hang on, why are you not saying that about this other game? And then you'd have to be like, well, because I do esports in that and I'm not allowed to. And then someone would say, well, hang on, how are you then able to review anything? Honestly. Do I mean? So this is why I don't think, at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure what the it's like what they want is their cake and eat it. They want to be able to do review videos, but actually not really do a review video. So what you end up with is like an overly politically correct. This is what you see from all real race drivers, generally reviewing sims. They don't actually say what they actually think. And I've spoken to quite a few real race drivers. They're not typically the most... If you're actually talking to them and they're actually being, in a normal conversation, they will just say, I think this game is complete shit. Right? Right? But they don't say that in videos. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about James Baldwin. I've not spoken to him for years. But, like, generally speaking, the personality types that you get that do real motorsport, if you were to ask them in person, they would go, yeah, I think this is shit. I think this is completely unrealistic. This is bollocks, right? They're not typically the type of people that are like, oh, well, you know, there's differences. Martin, yeah, I guess so, yeah. But it's just funny to me how basically what a lot of it is like, it's argument from authority in desperate sim racers that are like, I want this real race driver to tell me that the game I play is realistic. They're not actually, the audience isn't actually looking for critical comments or analysis on the sims. And then whenever a real driver directly says the braking in this game is shit or the physics is shit, people then brigade that driver. No, I'm not talking about James Baldwin. I'm saying esports in general or real drivers. When you're doing an activity, I'm explaining how it normally works, which is why you can't get people being critical when they do those things. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying if you do esports or you're doing a competition, like let's say you're taking part in a race series, like even Formula 1 drivers, they're contractually not allowed to say, as part of the FIA rules or whatever, they won't be allowed to say, I think the regulatory body for this activity is bullshit. They're not allowed to say that. Do you know what I mean? Or like if you did UFC or something, or you're in the Tour de France, you're not allowed to bring the organisational body into disrepute as a part of your contract. It's very common. Fastest gamer attacked. So that's why you typically don't get unless a driver or like a sports person is up towards the end of their career where they don't care anymore. Like someone like Max Verstappen can say what they think because, well, they haven't got anything to prove and they don't need to make any money, so they don't care. You know. Or they might not be in contract with stuff, you know. But I'm just saying that's something that I don't think people are aware of that dynamic. So it's just funny when you see online, you'll see people go, oh, but this driver said that this was pretty close to the real car. And it's like, did they really? like anybody that's not an idiot can see the obvious physics flaws in the various simulators. And, you know, the developers are trying their best. But it's really funny how gullible sim racers are. Yeah, exactly. Like Hamilton and Verstappen, they got to a point where it doesn't really matter to them anymore. Yeah, this is Evo. You see here, because has exactly the same force feedback issue that ACC has. There's no dynamic range for the slip at the limit, and also there's no point counter steering. Just let the car wobble within its own zone. And it's yeah, it's really weird that people just don't either. I guess they don't have the skill to notice. They just don't know. They're not aware of it. I mean, it's nice having peaky tyres. I don't know about esport. Like, I've never really fully understood the whole thing with esport. I don't know why. Why would? Surely you just want to play the game rather than watch people play it. Oh, we've run out of fuel. I tell you something else to watch out for when you see real drivers do sim racing videos. You watch them spend ages talking about pointless shit, like the audio, or like the tyres being cold and warming up, or like random shit, right, that nobody really cares, that's not that pertinent to the actual experience. And then you watch them, you watch how much they then talk about the force feedback and the physics, which is like basically the crux of a driving game, and they would just gloss over it. And it's like, oh, hang on, that's the one thing that people would actually want you to compare, but they don't, because they would have to be honest that it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. Not all of them, obviously. Like, just saying as a general thing. Like, Moritz Lerner's really nice and honest. See, I really appreciate the people that actually Nicky Tim as well. He's like just to the point. So it's not all of them. Tony Kanan's generally to the point as well, I think. But it's just something to look out for as sort of weird things that So I think if they, with this, if they can just get it so there's a little bit of controllable slip, like balanced controllable slip, that you're holding the car in, not a huge amount, just a small amount, then I think it'd be really fun. If you can go into the slip through a corner, right? I think the sound's quite nice in this. Like as soon as the back, this is in every car in AC, as soon as the back starts to come round, it's like iRacing, it wants to keep going and it won't come back out of it. The front can't resist the rear. That is true, Rene. What on earth? Car's trying to kill me. You don't get that much detail from a G29. think they've not programmed downshift protection in this yet. It's possible to lose the rear by downshifting too much. I mean, generally speaking, I do think this is better than iRacing. Like, at least it's sort of pokey. It's not sloppy like iRacing. You know, AC's like way too forgiving on the rear from engine braking. You can absolutely abuse the engine braking in AC1. Unless you get away with absolute murder. It's very slidey in Race Room. I don't mind it, but that's like you're just sliding through every corner. So like, you see the initial grip profile in this, like how this car is generally biting the track. That is a lot closer to a real GT3 car. Like you know what I mean? We're not like doing monster drifts through every corner. That is a lot closer to what an actual GT3 car would be like. The only issue is, like, even LMU is still like overly sloppy. The issue with AC is like that initial profile I think is quite good, but it doesn't have that controllable, like all four wheels in slip, you hold in slip through a corner behaviour. It's only like you're rolling into slip. You see, as soon as you start getting into four wheel slip and you try and play with that out of the corner, the car trips over itself. And that's at high speed with downforce. Which is where it should be the most stable. At low speed, it's even worse. I've got it on open mode, yeah. Try joining the server. If they can just have it so that there's a little bit of balanced slip, then I think it'll be fine. Yeah, race rooms are, you know, it's a bit like how it is in LMU and yeah, like AMS2. You're just always over the limit. It's good fun, but it's just a bit over the top. Whereas AC1 is still too slidey. Like, I do think Evo and ACC, I do think the initial grip of the tyres is more what you'd expect the tyres to behave like. Because you can see on the onboards, they're very pokey tyres. But, yeah, it doesn't have that balanced, the zone of balanced slip, which is what you've got in AC, which maybe it's too big. I don't disagree. But it's you know, that's what. But ACC never had it. Well, we could install ACC actually and give it a go again. Yeah, LMU stuff just feels a bit dull. It just feels dull. It's the best way of putting it. But I wonder how much of that is force feedback. This is dead. There's no one on here at all. Oh, maybe. Oh, there you go. Car's not legible. Oh, Mazda. Okay. Yeah, so in LMU, it's hard to get the cars to, it's hard to get them to rotate initially. Like, it's just a bit, the cars are just a bit dull and stiff. Yeah, I think it's the tire. I think it's just the tire model. It's just how it is. I mean, the graphics engine in this is really nice, but you need a really fast computer. I like how Evo looks though myself. This thing, the problem is, like, I really want to like Evo. Like, I can appreciate the work they've put into it, and I do like aspects of it, and I really want to like it. That's just absurd. It's an MX-5. It's an MX-5. And see, that's another... This is exactly the same issue with every car in this game. Tyres just turn off. It's why am I stuck in a pit stop for 1 minute? How ridiculous was that? Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? It's like iRacing tyres, yeah? What? Like, why would that, an MX-5 of all cars... Why would that equal uncatchable slide? Like, we counter steer very quickly. Why would that be absolutely uncatch? Like, that's it, done off. That's actually, that is actually harder to catch than iRacing, right? That that was actually worse than iRacing. You know you've done something really weird with your tyre model when it's worse than iRacing. You should drive the old Mazda in iRacing. Is actually quite forgiving in many ways. But then, so the thing is, you then say, well, look, Evo's, obviously they're still working on the tyre model and it's in development, but I really don't get how you can put a sim out where the tyres are that much in development, because surely that's just really confusing for people playing the game. Especially, there's a lot of people that do sim racing are like, don't know how cars drive. Why have we got a red flashing light? Is it red flagged? Oh, it's last lap. Yeah, no, I don't know why they don't do that. Rennsport's got quite fun handling. It's nice and forgiving. They're doing their console launch soon, which should be good. I find Rennsport fun to play, and it's really weird to me that people have like this weird... We should jump into Rennsport after this, actually. It's really weird. It's strange to me how people have this arbitrary hatred of Rennsport when it's not really done anything bad to them, right? It's not... What has Rennsport done that's... Why is it upset sim racers? Like, what has it done? They've never claimed that they made the most realistic simulator. It's been free to play, and it's quite fun to drive. Why? Really, sim racers are just so weird. Also, the whole. I think the Saudi don't own all of Rennsport. They do ESL, but I don't think Saudis own it all. But then Saudis own loads of stuff. Like, why would that by default be a bad thing? It's not necessarily an endorsement for their government. Like, we buy oil from Saudi Arabia. We use oil. We use petrol. There's loads of plastics and stuff. It doesn't mean you endorse some other country's political. You know, it doesn't mean that you. Do you see what I'm saying? So that again, that wouldn't make much sense. I mean, America owns iRacing. Yeah, well, people say that, but I think they're confused because Rennsport is like it's a German company that's developing it. So ESL, which did R1, is Saudi. They bought ESL, but that's it's not even ESL. It's not even ESL anymore. Rennsport's not ESL. It's a separate thing. So, I mean, they do the Riyadh thing. That's Saudi. The gamers thing. No, I know, Nismo. It's like, honestly, people just come to like weirdo conclusions about things without them actually thinking about it. I don't know. I'm not like, yeah. I mean, like I'm sort of. I think I treat all the simulators the same, basically. They are Aussie. They are doing ranked racing. It's just, it's going to be in the next beta, I think. This is like the multiplayer they've got right now is the super duper early beta stuff. They're doing a full ranked system similar to LMU. Yeah, that's what they do. They are doing that. It will be in the game. The thing that you see at the moment is like a beta. Well, that's my understanding of it, at least. Yeah, see, the fact that you don't know that shows you how confusing. They announced it at Sim Racing Expo last year. It's just super confusing. The communication from Kunos is mental. It's powered by SimGrid, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be from within the game itself. But SimGrid do the underlying technology, if that makes sense. That's what I believe is happening anyway, from my understanding. Austin Powers here. Yeah, I mean, I hope they do. I hope it ends up good. Like, I like just seeing lots of different simulators. Well, this track has a lot of camber and stuff to it. I quite like the colour tone in this, like the lighting choice, quite nice. Why is that just because the gears? I don't know. Can't you? Don't you have a 5090? You noob. You should have a 5090. At least. Can't you afford one for your casual gaming? Don't you have £2,500 to spend on a graphics card? I think second gear is really low on this. I'm going to stay in third. Yeah, second gear is geared really low. Codemasters only the driving stuff they're not doing is mostly kaput. cars are stuck in a trajectory. Why have we got 6 gears? Can we change the gearing on this? There's no one working on WRC anymore. It didn't sell. Yeah, Nakon have the license for WRC now. Well, I mean, I just don't know what they were doing with it. Like, all they had to do was re-release bloody Dirt 2 with some more stages and some new cars. They could have just used, right, they could have literally have used the Dirt 2 engine and frame rate, a structure, and they could have literally have just built new tracks into that within the confines of what that engine can do. Would have been fine. Yeah, I don't know, was he? I think if you had a studio making a rally game, what would really be good is if they basically spent most of the effort on working out someone to be able to make a level builder in the game. So you build a rally game, you have an example rally stage, and then what you do is you have like a track builder. What's going on with the car in front? And what you do then is you sell assets like trees, animals, dirt, whatever. You sell like objects, right? So people can build the tracks, and they can buy collections like the Australia collection, and it has all like the type of road surfaces and things. But you know, you still have to model and build it. But the point would be is like having the track building would be a big part of the game, and realistic track building. And obviously people would then keep making content, and then the point would be is you would have rally stages, right? So you would build the game around that concept. The concept would be more one of people building environment. Like you want good rally physics and the basic rally stage stuff, but the track building thing would be a big part of the game. That's what you'd need to do for a rally game, and I think that would appeal to a wider audience. I don't know what this server's doing. Not that it'd be easy to have a track builder that looks good and stuff, but I think that's what you need to really aim for. It's kind of weird that they had a basic track builder where you could place objects into an environment, but I think it was limited to size. Like, it could only work within like a sort of 1 by 1 kilometer environment. Don't know what's going on here. There's like no servers. Hang on, we were just on that, but it kept just looping back, kept just looping. It says race weekend, but... This is supposedly qualifying now. It's a new price for games. Oh well, we can't change the gearing. Well, weirdly, they did care about realism originally. Like, they actually, Dirt Rally 1 and 2 are pretty good. Pull my beard hair out here. Let's do a lap. Oh, Tesco's opens in half an hour. Nice. We'll have to get some drink. Hello, Crispy. Oh my god. You just can't pull it out of the... you can't pull it out of the... You're like locked in a trajectory. It's crazy. Like, AC1, so much better to drive. They don't have this new Mazda Cup car though. Yeah, maybe the next patch they'll have drastically changed the time model. One can only hope. I'm going to Expo, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing the Simucube wheel and the latest version of Project Motor Racing, and also the latest version of Rennsport. Mostly though, just seeing people, to be honest. Just hanging around, having a kebab. I think they just had a lot of people signing up to it, to be honest. So they probably just got overwhelmed. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my God, what are you doing? Bloody hell. Yeah, I think they just had too many people sign up to it. November 25th, I think, is the release date. That's what they're aiming for. It's nice grass in this game. To give credit where credit's due, you know, when the grass is good, it's normally a good sign. All the best games have good grass. Oh my God, look at it get stuck. To the back. It's like, oh dear. So weird. Where does this put us? Have we not done a lap yet? Is this it? Yeah, the force feedback was quite a big improvement from 2 to 3, but they just, yeah, I mean, the tyres are just like on or off. The big thing is they need to get the, oh man, 300 ping. They need to get the graphics engine to run a lot smoother and faster, and they need to get the tyres to have controllable slip. Oh my God. Oh, come on. Why move over and then drive into me, you idiot? Ah, oh, dear. I think he lagged into me there. Oh, well. What on earth was that? Right. Who is Lamilton's in here? Crispy, not really. Like, that's kind of like a myth. The idea that performance comes at the end. Like in some aspects of performance come later on, but generally speaking, games tend to get worse and worse and worse in performance, and you have to develop with you develop with performance in mind, because things tend to get worse as you add more into them. And if the developer takes the approach of performance at the end, it depends what you're talking about. There's certain things like dialing in LODs, or dialing in like shadow quality, like graphical settings and everything, and making sure that you're getting the most out of the graphical settings for different settings. Sure. But if you're talking about like there's a lot of aspects that you just have to develop for performance from the get-go. This is a big problem with Unreal Engine games, and why you see them be complete shit in terms of performance, because the developer didn't, they sort of just lapped up the marketing of Unreal Engine of, oh, use Nanite, put loads of objects in infinite detail, and it's like, well, it doesn't work like that. Or you know, they do really messy blueprints, or they do like, you know, they're just trying to get the game out, but then they can't. It would be so much work for them to optimize it once they've got it delivered. So yeah, so the performance comes at the end is not really the case. If you look at games through history, pretty much all of the games that run well always ran well. Like, I can't think of a single game that really ran bad and then ran better. You do see a little bit of optimization, like Flight Sim is like improved, to be fair, and like Hell Let Loose, they've managed to improve stuff, but it's still got the stutter in it. It's still got a lot of problems. Pretty much all games that ran good very early in development. The V4 update, I think, is they're supposedly aiming to drop it in like 2 or 3 weeks' time. Sim Racing Expo, or just after Sim Racing Expo. So the thing is, you look at this, look how many, like, look, there's people all over the place. Look at the pit lane, it's got like loads of animated 3D pit crew and stuff. There's a lot of details. They've got 3,000 noodle men everywhere. It's better go to the race this time. Got stuck last time. Quite like to have a race. Here we go, it's working. Whoops. Are you serious? Spins me immediately. Look, with Chris B, even games in development, they tend to... I'm talking about any game project. They tend to get worse in performance, not better. Oh my fucking hell. God, I mean... How are these people so shit? What are they doing? It depends, Crispy. Like, what are they? Oh my god! Oh! Found a way through. Yeah, but so Crispy, it depends on the type of game that's in development, and it depends what it depends on the project. But if you're talking about simulators, how on earth do you test and develop a simulator unless it runs on like a 5090 to a decent degree? You can't, can you? If you're talking about a platformer game or like a casual game, you can make those games run when they're running. You can test them when they're running like absolute shit, and you can do whatever with them, right? It's fine. But it depends on the project. But if a game doesn't run moderately okay on a 5090, then you've got problems. Even when it's in development, because whilst you're developing a game, if you've put so much shit in it and it's not optimized during development, it slows down the development, because every time you have to load the game up to test something, oh my god, the physics are fucked on this. So slight oversteer gets stuck in it. Yeah, it just slows down all the development. So like I've done games development. I've been around a lot of development studios. When a game is being developed by competent people and the game's going to end up being a game that runs well, generally it will mostly run reasonably well whilst it's being developed, because the type of people, the graphics programmers, the key programmers, get annoyed by it not running well whilst they're working on it. So sure, there'll be like certain things in development, like, as I say, like loading in assets, graphical thing, a whole bunch of stuff that will really slow down and tank performance, that won't get nailed at the end of until like close to release of the project. But pretty much universally, any game that a year, even 2 years out, a year out, that's like fundamentally got like massive frame pacing issues, really bad performance, typically launches with shit performance, right? So the stuff you're talking about, where they're shit whilst you're doing trailers and stuff with them, those games probably release in a shit state as well. They're probably not even optimised that much at release. And you see this with loads of Unreal-based projects where the developer has just stuffed shit in it to make it look good for trailers, or to make it seemingly, look nicer than it actually is. And it runs like shit when it launches, because it wasn't optimised from the get-go. I don't really know many things that buck that trend. Like, what games... So look at Battlefield now, right? That game actually runs pretty well. And even a year ago, I bet you Battlefield 6 probably ran pretty well, even a year ago. So at the point now where they'll have... By the time... So it's normally like at least, 6 to 8 months where you go into your beta. Not always, but like... By the time you've gone into the beta and you've locked the features down, that's when you probably do more like at sort of optimization. But if you've gone into that phase of development and the game is still like struggling to hit 60 FPS on target hardware, you're buggered. yeah, like the Borderlands, I bet you that ran like shit from the get-go. Yeah, like name a game that has performed like shit in development and then has been optimized at release. I really can't, like, the only stuff, as I say, that I think has, like, generally been optimized more is, like, Microsoft Flight Sim and Hell Let Loose. They're the only two titles where I've noticed over the years that they've actually managed to, basically a year after launch, so not even at launch, like a year after launch, they've been optimized. But yeah, when a game is being developed by very competent developers, typically it's pretty optimized through development. Otherwise it won't be when it comes to launch, because it's just too much work to get to magically optimize stuff. There'll be other people in the chat in chat that work in the games industry that will name a specific title. I can't. I name one. We had a sleep. I got food poisoning from an orange. Cyberpunk ran like shit. It took like 2 years after it came out, a year after it came out, for it to run well. So that's another, like, it will have run like shit during development, and then it will have released with it running like shit. And the F1 games are based on like super old engine technology, so they'll have run okay all through development. Generally speaking, they'll have run like the previous years or the year before with whatever optimization they'd done prior. So again, they were already running somewhat okay. Yeah, Cyberpunk took a year after release. So that's what I'm saying. So when people say, oh, it's early access, it will be optimised later, it's like, well, I don't think so. I'm really trying to think of a title that ran like shit in development. Or was it ran like shit in a beta and then at launch ran really well? All the games that ran well... no, Assetto Corsa ran like shit at launch. Assetto Corsa Competition ran like shit at launch. Still runs like shit. It's really bad. Assassin's Creed Shadows never ran that well. Those games, like they still ran like shit after launch. Like, yeah, they might have been worse in development, but they were not that good. Whereas, Project Cars 1 and 2 ran all right in development. I played Project Cars 1 and 2 whilst they're being developed. They ran all right. No, they still ran okay. So, relatively speaking, they were reasonably all right. I just played Project Cars 2 well early on. Even like Project Motor Racing now, you could tell that like 6 months ago when I played a version of Project Motor Racing at a press event they did, it was already running at 60 plus FPS on triple screens, right? Like, sure, it had like shadow popping and LOD popping and a whole bunch of stuff. It wasn't perfect, but it was already running on it wouldn't have been like a 5090. It was already running triple screen whilst looking reasonably good, right? And that's what you'd expect for a game that's like in development that will probably run okay when it releases. You'd expect shadows to not be right, LOD to not be right, and the frame rate to sure not be as good as it could be, but you'd expect it to still run reasonably well, right? And then get a bit of polish. So that's sort of in line with what you'd normally expect. So, yeah, like if a game runs like absolute shit before release, at the point of release it will run like shit. Like I can't there's not a single game I can think of that ran like absolute shit and then magically ran well if they do run well, it's like a year or two after release, like No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk. I mean, they did manage to optimize ACC quite a bit, but it took like a year or two. If it runs well, it will run well all along. I'm sorry. That's just that's it. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim is taking a year to sort of get somewhat okay after release. We could have a vote on this. What we need is the data. But I'm right. If I was developing a game, personally, obviously you're normally normally you're just doing it for it's a business trying to make money. So you'd normally be like, oh shit, how can we just get whatever needs to be ticked off to get it out the door so that we can make a profit? So the performance isn't the number one thing. It's just making sure it doesn't crash and making sure it's a minimal viable product. But if I was doing it, I wouldn't do that kind of... That's not the type of game development I'd be interested in. I'd do like 2D simple stuff. I'd do the type of game that wasn't experimental on the engine. In which case, if you're doing anything non-experimental, you would do... you'd always want your game to run really, really well from the get-go. Because it's horrible working on a game when the game engine is depressing. Like... it's like any creative project. If you're doing video editing, making music, and video games as well, if the project every time you load it up is a complete shithole, it puts you off wanting to work on the game. Though, but if when you load up the project and you can see, oh, that's nice, it encourages the whole dev team to work even better because you're like, oh, that's cool, that's awesome, that's improved. It's really motivating for the dev team. Whereas if the game's a shithole, it's proper demotivating. Same with video projects or 3D, even just 3D modeling. If you have to load up a 3D model file, and people on the, I think it's done differently now, but like in the past, if you had to load up a 3D model and someone's model's shit all over the place and the file's a total mess, it's depressing to work on. Whereas if someone gives you a 3D model and they've already optimized it nicely and the file's all done structurally nice and you can work on your bit and make it all whatever, it's like, you've done a great job, I can do a great job, and the next person can do a great job, and it's really like nice. It's nice to, this is the thing, and that's how these things work, and that's the whole. It's like that with any job and any work. I think if you're working on. If you're doing I don't know, like if you're working in it on if you're doing putting up a display or something, right? If there's shit everywhere because someone's unpacked it all and it's a total shit tip, it's just depressing to then put the stuff together. But if people are like, right, then everything's like packaged nicely and then everything's put out nicely and we'll do this thing first and that thing next and then this goes here and that goes there and it's all like done nicely, everything happens easier. Maybe I'm just a bit, that's how if I'm working with other people, that's how I want to do stuff. I think that's a better way of doing stuff. If I'm working by myself, everything can be a mess. It doesn't matter, does it? There you go. That's the rant. Tidy rant. Look at these. Look at the ceiling reflection in the floor. That's some high quality graphics, guys. Is that a ray trace ceiling? Good rant, yeah. 3 out of 10 for that rant. It's quite weird how reflections work. Like. Yeah, what will happen with AI programming is people won't know what the AI's done that's messed up or not messed up. So it it will do stuff that people don't understand necessarily, or like can't isolate, or is different to what it will make different mistakes to what people would make. So it's less predictable to work out where the stuff's likely gone wrong. Whereas an experienced programmer will be able to look at a project and go, oh, I think they might, you know, if they've worked in a game studio or like on projects for a long time, they'll be like, oh, I know what type of stuff someone's likely to do, or what a junior programmer might do, or what mistakes are likely to be made. And so when something doesn't work, they can go, oh yeah, it's quite likely they've made this mistake. Do you know what I mean? So whereas if AI's been involved, they'll be like, I have no idea why this isn't working or what's going on here. And it might be really hidden and subtle as well. Look at this bump map or whatever, like is it a bump map? The additional texture on top of the tiles. This is where Kunos put all their work. It's pretty crazy because you can only really see these little dots when they're reflecting the ceiling. It's not even the dots reflecting the ceiling, it's like, well, I mean, it is actually. See here, you can't see the dot here, and then when you move the camera, this dot is reflecting the ceiling before the rest of it, because the dot is at a different angle, so it's highlighting the ceiling. But that's all just a texture. That's not. It's not actually. These are the details. These are the graphic details. That is a scuff mark here on the floor. Someone needs to clean this floor. That, to me, that is crazy though. These, like, the way you can have textures behave like this in real time. Like, it's reflecting. You've got like the color of the texture, then like a normal map or whatever, and then like a parallax, maybe not parallax, I don't know, like a bump map or something. But then there's also another map for like dirt and stuff over the top of it. There's like 4 different texture maps on this. And then they all work with the reflection. There's also, you know, do you know what I mean? It's crazy. This is the real... This is the best part of Evo. Yeah. Floor reflections. It always blows my mind how like a reflection can work when you move a camera. Because it's not even a it's not a real reflection. It's all fake. And then like look at this, like this wall being reflected and this sort of diffuse lighting, and then this light. I mean, it's crazy. Like this light is then creating this sort of illumination here. But then also this highlight. I mean, this illumination looks like it's baked into the texture, actually. That might just be an additional thing that's baked on loading. It makes sense. I think it is. But still. Oh, you can see the lines from the, because it's actually. Surely that shouldn't work though. Hang on. Should that be visible with the car in the way? Because the car's blocking. The car's, hang on, that's the top one. So this is being pre-rendered because the car's not blocking that reflection. The car should be blocking this. Yeah, look, we can see, look. We can't see it, but we can see the reflection. It's a lie, guys. It's a lie. It's not real time. Look. How can we see this? How are we seeing that when we can't, when there's no, the car's blocking it? Absolute lie. Fraud. Reflection fraud. Exactly, the car's not even there, is it? The car's a lie. we've the car's reflecting the ceiling now. It's because the car's not this is all baked. This is why it's running in real time, because its reflection's all baked into the scene. Absolutely tricked. I can't believe it. It's like a cube map. I can't believe they've lied to us like this. Absolutely disgusting. It works though. That's what's the thing is. It looks really good. Like, you don't notice the fact that the car's not got a reflection or anything. Played like a fiddle. Do you know what I mean? You don't really, like, you don't notice that those are totally baked, and yeah. It's the brain's quite limited in what it can really catch. You know, as long as you've got this like sort of fake shadow under the vehicle, because there's loads of situations where you wouldn't see a reflection of a car on a surface, so your brain just goes, oh yeah, it's one of those situations. But your brain should really go, hang on a minute, why is this reflecting the ceiling and the wall but not the car? Your brain should be going, ah! But it doesn't. Your brain just goes, ah yeah, it's got a shadow, it's good enough. How weird is that? Like, really, that should look completely stupid. Like, it should look... It doesn't look wrong, but it should look really, really, really wrong. Like, imagine if something didn't cast a shadow, you'd be like, oh, hang on a minute, is it floating? Or if, you know, there's stuff that you do notice. Like, if someone didn't have a face, you'd be like, bloody hell, why have they got a face? This is as bad. This not having a reflection is as bad as a person not having a face. In terms of, like, information in the scene, right? That's as bad. It's worse. It's worse than a person not having a face, because it's missing an whole reflection. It's like a... But it's like how you can put, you know, you got like a window in a game. You can just have it black, and you're like, oh yeah, it's a window. It's like, well, hang on a minute. It's not. It's a black wall. It's weird how the brain works. Brain, like, yeah, vampire car. What's going on here? Why is this? What's going on with this lighting? Oh no, that's just that's an illusion. That's my camera. Well, I'm gonna pop to Tesco's, guys. Maybe we'll do some Hell Let Loose or something when I get back. I need to get some milk and stuff from the shop. It's just opened. I want to go there before it gets busy. But we had a fun gaming session here. It was a good time. I'm gonna raid Elzanderini. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night. Might see you later. Depends how we feel from the shopping session. Bye.